eat a Tim Tam real quick. No, I actually have something inside me. Hi. How's everyone going today? Thank you for the raid, like, immediately as I start. So glad everyone's here and having a good time. I'm having a wonderful time, honestly. Because after the devastation of not being able to stream on Monday, I finally get to come back to the Phoenix ride. We've had a week. See, the last one had a lot of foreshadowing or whatever the fuck was gonna happen, and like I legitimately have no idea what's going to happen, but I feel like they've been foreshadowing it. You like the art style of my beautiful avatar? Thank you so much. Actually, my artists, their commissions are opening again so very soon, and I'm gonna give them so much more of my money. The five shadowing, what would five shadowing be? If foreshadowing is revealing something that may or may not happen later, what will five shadowing be? Directly telling the audience? Or would that be three shadowing? Who knows? I suppose that's something that we will have to discover together. Hi everyone. Hi. Five shadowing is inflammatory, inflationary language. Okay, so if it's basically one step up from foreshadowing, it's just foreshadowing but more aggressive? More in your face about it? It's not subtle at all? Yeah, you know what, I can see that. I can see that being the case. Completely, 100%. I should reply to this so I don't... this message so I don't fucking forget to do it. Is it a bit low? Is it a bit quiet compared to earlier? Oh shit. I don't know what the fuck happens. I don't know what the fuck happens, and I don't want to mess with it too much because I know that I get a little bit loud when I'm starting to voice people, because if I put it up any higher, then we are going to start peaking constantly. So I can, because there's also the problem of I don't naturally speak very loud in the first place. So this is like my natural just woke up an hour ago voice. And then once I start forcing myself into doing shit like Apollo's voice, which will absolutely start killing me, then we'll start like getting a bit louder. Ugh. If Maya, I miss you, Maya. I miss you, Maya. Oh, Maya. Dear Maya, I miss you. But okay, so I tweaked it a little bit. I put the voice up a little and the music down a little. So hopefully that's better. But I also have the microphone I am using is $15. So it's not great. $15, unbranded, just plugs into my computer and I don't touch it. So I can't expect too much from it in the first place. Well, anyway, that's done. Did I have anything that I wanted to tell you? I don't think so. So we are inching closer and closer to my birthday. It's not next week, but the week after. That'll be when my birthday stuff is happening. Everything's sorted out for that. I've had updates on my commissions. I just gotta hope that the one I got for my birthday is finished within the next 2 weeks. Yes, I'm so excited, it's almost my birthday. I'm going out for dinner with my aunt, and I'm going out for lunch with my grandma, and I'm doing a watch party in my Discord. So if you're not in my Discord, are you even cool? Like, because I have updates from the commissions that I've commissioned from the commissioners. And I want to show you, but at the same time I'm like, no, I should keep it a surprise. I don't want to reveal anything too quickly. Anyway, fuck. Did it not work again? Did my thing not work? I don't know. It'll be fine. Anyway, you're here for Apollo Justice. I'm here for Apollo Justice. I've literally got nothing to talk about, so what are we still doing here? Apollo, come here, dude. In Steam, open Steam. Because you didn't make a little thing on my thing. Open Apollo Justice, that's not the game. This one is yeah. Fuck off music. Game. Are you opening, dude? Are you gonna work? Yes, you are. Thank you. So, we're up to the final chapter in the first game. And I'm so excited. I'm so excited, man. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to see where this goes and how, like, what anything in the next 2 games are. And that was the whole truth of this case. What the fuck? It's so early 2000s. Oh, yeesh. Well, that's why his heartbeat was rising. In order to understand it myself, I had to know the story of these last 7 years. I see. Yes, we get to find out why he's depressed. It's all anyone's ever wanted, really. nothing happens by chance. All is connected. Ah, if you say so. Whoa. Ah. And now, you stand ready to begin the final chapter of the story. Wow, this is so cryptic. I've got no clue what is going on about. Will the defendant be found guilty or innocent? The decision is yours. Hello, you bitch. You know, I really liked how in the first game, it basically, it was like, here's the guy who did it, and now work backwards and figure out how and why. And then ever since that first game, they've just been giving you less and less information. So it's been real. Like I like them, but also I kind of miss being able to like be like, oh yeah, you're the guy that killed them. I want to know why now, but this I guess this is like way more mysterious and stuff. Hey Apollo, look on TV. Look. Yeah, kinda busy. Whoa, look at that. He's the great Grammy. I've already forgotten how to say his name. Grandmarie. Alright, amazing. Apollo, you should be watching too. Ow, 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 what? I was writing about our last case in my journal. Why is I supposed to write things in records, Apollo, not journals? And why now? That case was 3 months ago. Hey, it's a long story. I did a lot, you know. I want to vacuum pack the feel of the moment for later. Right now, I'm wowing the crowd by figuring out how Larry Roar disappeared. That's so stupid and I love it. That's right, Uncle Valant did that illusion too. But you're missing him on TV right now. Ugh. I was just getting to the good part. I suppose I should watch a little TV with her. After all, her father's expecting me to look after her while he's away. What you're now seeing is a rehearsal for the greatest magic show on Earth, happening right here in our very own Sunshine Coliseum. The Sunshine Coliseum? Hey, that's where the Gaviniers concert was. Only 3 more days until the miracles happen here, right before your unbelieving eyes. A legendary troupe, Gramarie, is performing for the first time in 7 years. That's going to be great. I'm so there. You and Daddy are coming too. Legendary Gramaries. If Trucy's real father was still alive, he'd be on that stage performing miracles. I've got the tickets and everything. Here's yours, Apollo. Yay! We get to see a magic show! Fucking love magic. Ah, you are here. Working hard or hardly working? Ah, so it would be, you are here. That's how he would do. Are they like Bob's Clown Troupe? Probably. Probably the most legendary troupe ever. It's like the Clown Troupe, except magicians instead of clowns. Hey, how have you been? Hi there, stranger. Not exactly the kind of greeting I'd want to hear from my own kid. They're clearly teasing each other. No, he has been gone a long time. How goes it, Trucy? Here, I got you a present. Yeah! Pudding, I love pudding. Oh, it's farm fresh. And not just one pudding, but 3 whole cups? I'll have to pace myself. Well, I'm beat. That's right, Daddy. You're on a top secret mission. You've got to take it easy with the secrets, you know. How right you are. So, you still can't tell us about your mission? Maybe it's time. It has something to do with you, anyway. Huh? With me? Ooh, maybe you're getting a top secret mission too! Maybe you can be one of those guys. A spy. Can't I just be a defense attorney? To be honest, is her dad evil? Fuck if I know. Her dad's dead. Her adoptive dad is depressed. So who knows what's going on? We'll figure it out. Telling you about the whole mission was my whole reason for coming here today. What? Tell me, you've heard of the jurist system, yes? The jurist system? That's right, the new legal system everyone's talking about. Have you heard of it, Apollo? Huh? Maybe? Maybe not as many people are talking about it as I thought. Jurist system, huh? So, Daddy, what's this jurist system thing? Well, Trucy, do you know what a jury is? I've heard of that. Isn't that those people who sit in court in those old courtroom dramas? The ones who get to decide if the guy's innocent or guilty. Do you know, Apollo? I mean, from TV. Hang on. You guys don't have juries? What kind of fair fucking trials have you been to, Apollo? It's 12 people chosen from the community, right? Well, they're thinking about reviving that system. They fucking better! I don't know why they took it away from you in the first place, Phoenix. Calling the new system the jurist system. Why can't you just go back to the jury system? Like, no more doing whatever you like, Your Honor. Not quite that harsh. The jurist cooperates with the judge. Civil court doesn't have juries, but we haven't been to any civil courts. We've been in murder courts this whole time. He'll analyze the case from different angles. And there will be only 6 of them under the current proposal, right? Well, you know your stuff, Apollo. Their findings directly affect the verdict. Hopefully, people will start taking the courts a little more seriously now. They weren't taking it seriously before. What kind of fucking universe do you live in, Phoenix? I feel like I'm on some kind of educational TV show. Starring Dr. Wright. Dr. Wright, his assistant, Trucy. Phoenix is her adoptive father. They're so cute. And mascot Apollo, the perfect team. Mascot, hey. So, this secret mission? The jury system is my mission, more or less. Anyway, keep in mind that the new ideas like this system are always risky, Apollo. It's not really a new idea, it was the idea before, and then you got rid of it for some reason, even though it was working fine. Too true. You thought he was a homeless man? Well, if he doesn't pay rent next month, he will be. You didn't realize it was Phoenix when it says Phoenix right there in his name, and we call him Mr. Right? I mean, I get it. He's deeply depressed. And, you know, you don't really look like yourself when you're depressed. Everyone's got an opinion, and they just talk and talk and nothing gets decided. Nah, Phoenix has been here the whole time. He makes an appearance like once a chapter. Kind of like you, Apollo. I'm not that bad, am I? In any case, we're going to give it a shot. A test, if you will. I don't like tests. We'll take a case as a sample and choose 6 jurists. I'll be the one helping with the process, incidentally. Well, I'm glad they let you do that, Phoenix. You deserve that. Helping how? Well, for one, I'll be the chair of the Jury System Simulated Court Committee. That's quite a name. The chair constructs the ideal situation, choosing the case and the jurist candidates, even the judge in the courtroom. Wow, it's like you have a real job. I was never that good at piano, to be honest. Yeah, I think we've made that comment very clear. And besides, you belong in a courtroom, Phoenix. I saw how much fun you were having. Once a lawyer, always a lawyer, I guess. The trial's tomorrow, by the way. Don't miss it. The trial simulation, that is. A simulation, huh? Sounds interesting. So, what kind of case is the trial simulation about? Well, since it's the first run-through of a new system, I wanted something simple. Good thinking. No sense wearing yourself out on something too serious. True. The case is a murder. That's not simple at all. But it is to me. That's all the cases I ever dealt with when I was a lawyer. And I think they're very simple, Apollo. By simple, do you mean the defendant is guilty? Yes, most likely. It's depressing that he only has fun when someone dies. It's not true. He has fun with his daughter and he has fun with his friends. I'm just concerned he doesn't have any hobbies because I've never seen him talk about liking anything that wasn't related to being a lawyer. So, good luck, Apollo. With what? With the trial tomorrow. You're defending, of course. Recall that I said it had something to do with you? Go for it, Apollo. It's just a test case anyway, no sweat. Yeah, but there's still a verdict to be decided. And a potentially serious sentence, the most serious in a worst-case scenario. You mean the verdict's for real? Apollo vs. Phoenix, the final boss. I would fucking love to see that. But, you know, they're not. One of them isn't a prosecuting attorney, so. That's not a test trial, that's just a real trial. All the forms have been filed. There's no turning back now. The trial begins tomorrow at 10 AM. Hope you can make it on your schedule. Why am I only hearing about this now? Yeah. There was a change this morning. I picked a new case. Eh? Something that happened last night? Them to both your objection at the same time. Yes. That's so cute. Ugh. 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 I might not, like, currently with their relationship, I can't see Phoenix and Apollo doing that, but Phoenix and Trucy would fucking do that all the time. Hey, Apollo, I know you're all excited about that secret mission, but what about this? The Troop Grammar Grand Magic Show. Huh? Oh, right, card tricks. They're not card tricks. They're grand illusions, miracles, the apocalypse, heaven and earth, and... So, what? That's 3 whole days from now. It's at the Sunshine Coliseum. Let's go today. We can say hi to Uncle Valant. Have fun. What? I can't go by myself. You know I'm not very outgoing. Right. Why not go with her? But what about the secret mission? Oh, don't worry about that. You'll hear all about it tomorrow regardless. I don't trust that smile. He knows something that he's not telling me. He loves it. He's having so much fun. Look at him. Oh my god. You deserve that. Hi, Zetius. Hi. Look, I have to tell you a story, okay? So, sometimes on Sundays, I will go on my friend Una's stream, and we'll play party games. And that's great. That's great. That's all fine and dandy. You should check it out sometime. You should, check out Una. They raid sometimes. Yes, my attitude did completely change because now I have a story to tell you. So we were playing Guilty as Sock, which is an improv courtroom game, and I was the judge, and the prosecutor had decided to make the defendant Damon Gant himself. And I was rewatching the VOD, and I'm ashamed to say that I sounded like a complete degenerate the whole time. Just the whole time. And I didn't realize that's what I sounded like when I was saying that. So you know what? Whatever you have to say to me, I completely deserve it. Yippee! Now you can take me to the Colosseum. I suppose it wouldn't kill me to pop over there. You like hearing me? When you bring it up because you like hearing me like that? No, like I mean, like I was listening to myself and I was like, holy shit, that's such a sexual noise that I just made. I can't believe I did that on someone else's stream. No, look, that's hilarious, Alex. That's hilarious, but I don't like twerking, not at all. I don't think it's attractive. Xenia! Come on, can we go one day? Just one day, please. I couldn't even escape it last stream, okay? I couldn't even escape it on my day off stream. You're not wrong. You're right, you're not wrong. And that's what I hate about it. Okay, all the context that you need to know was I think Damon Gant's attractive. And if you want to know more context, you can go watch the VODs, both my VODs and the VOD from 3 days ago on Una's channel. Grandmarie, that reminds me. What's this, Daddy? Isn't that Seal Cat the Grandmarie seal? Consider it a birthday present, Trucy. Thanks, it's great, but today isn't my birthday. Good point. What day is it today, Apollo? Huh? Today? I think it's Recycle your plastics day. Then it's recycle your plastics day present. Oh my god. He's so cute. He's so cute. Look, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about Gant being daddy. That's Sir. That's Gant, Sir. That's Gant, Sir. Hello, Gant, Sir. Yes, Gant, Sir. That's what I prefer. Look, I'm not obsessed with them. I just happen to like them sometimes. Yippee! So it's plastic. I've given up on trying to understand them. It's much easier that way. So, what is it? Can I open it, Daddy? No. Jeez, what a serious face. Huh? You'll need that envelope someday. Someday soon. Don't open it until then. Well, why didn't you just hold on to it then? Because that would be the logical thing to do. Envelope from Mr. Right, do not open until the time is right. Bad English, I thought you were Australian. Yes, I am Australian. I have the Aussie spirit flowing through my veins. I'm not gonna... Why do you keep insisting that I think Phoenix Wright is attractive? I don't, okay? I don't like him in that way. I don't, not at all. Look, you can't have my Tim Tams now. I'm gonna eat all of these motherfucking Tim Tams all by myself and you can't have any. An envelope about the Gramarye, huh? It does have that dad clock shadow. It is fucking stubble. Look, I don't want to kiss Phoenix Wright. I would like to see Phoenix Wright kiss other people. Alright, so what case are we going to use? You really want to know, don't you? Of course I do! I mean, I'm going to be defending, aren't I? If all goes well, then yes, of course. This is just a test. Makes him very well for the hobo. Fuck yeah, I think he'd be so into that shit. He'd be so into that shit. I do love the dad energy that Phoenix has, because one thing that you need to know about me is that I love fathers. I love fathers. I love when people love their kids. It's adorable to me. And I want Phoenix to marry his husband already. I thought it was Mr. Right though, so I guess it must be Phoenix left. That's such a stupid joke, but that's so funny. If Gant was a father, oh my god. I don't know why you keep doing this to me. I gotta keep Zedius out of my fucking Discord, I swear. Can't be in my Discord server with this attitude. Otherwise I would never get a break from this. We wanted everyone to start without preconceptions, a blank slate, as it were. There's a difference between having a blank slate and just being totally clueless. It was a dumb idea was that anyway. Well, mine! Committee chair, remember? You're so cute. Go on a date with Miles Edgeworth. I'm surprised you're not doing that right now, ZDS, frankly. Oh. Well, if you want to know that badly, I suppose, I could give you permission to examine the crime scene. Good! That's better! but you can't talk to anyone involved with the case. What? Then how am I supposed to defend? You let me worry about the details there. Remember, I'm in charge of this trial. All of it. But you don't want it to backfire, do you? You're not an avid Discord user. I mean, it's the only thing that anyone hangs out on. It's the only way I talk to my friends, so, you know. Hopping around on Twitch and playing games mostly. Yeah, I get that. I totally get that. Apollo, if I am in charge of the whole trial, that means the entire affair is my responsibility. For good or for bad. Just do what you can. And don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Alright. I'd recommend going down to the detention center. Your client's waiting for you. You can ask about the scene there. But you just said I couldn't talk to anyone involved. Oh, you can talk to your client. If you can get her to talk. Well, time's a-wasting. Hi, Phoenix. Bye, Phoenix. October 7th? That's like today. It's 20 minutes we've been waiting here. 20 minutes. Maybe I should complain. I'm sure that guard has better things to do than stand there pretending he doesn't see us. You know, the minute we get angry, the client will show. He always works that way. Like shouting, "Oh, waiter!" and they're standing right behind you. Oh, guard! Is our client going to be much longer? What are you talking about? Haven't you already started the meeting yet? Huh? Ew! Where'd you come from? Well, anyway, please have a seat. It's not exactly sitting, but okay. I'm nervous, Apollo. It's the silence. It builds suspense. Why don't you do something, Trissy? You're a magician, aren't you? That's right. Okay. Hi, Mr. Hat. I'm the amazing Mr. Hat. She passed out. His magic underwear might have been a bit better. That's magic panties, Apollo. Hi. Well, servers just think about getting some cooks too. That's so fucking funny. It's so funny. Oh. Stop being funnier than me. Stop being funnier than me. Well, I'm your defense. I really think it has to be fate, you know? And by fate, I mean destiny. Did you know I'm good with astrology? You are? Apollo, you actually have hobbies? Apollo, you're doing better. Gimme, what's your sign? I can tell you mine if you like, Apollo. No, never mind. I just got carried away there. I seem destined to get difficult clients, it seems. Why cook? Zedius, did you not look at the joke? Oh my god. Because, Zedius, if you're gonna have a bunch of servers, you need someone in the kitchen. Jeez. So what's your name? Oh, right, I'm supposed to introduce myself first. I'm Apollo Justice. And I'm Trucy Wright. I know, this is getting nowhere fast. Hey, I know, maybe you can tell us what happened. I'm your defense attorney after all. Anything out of the ordinary happen lately? Well, the other day, this tourist from out of town stopped me for directions. Later, Trucy. Feel like I need to ask directions myself here. Well, that was fruitless. Though, I think I understand despair a little better now. Do you, Apollo? You did good, Apollo. Look, she's doing her nails. What? Nails more important than defense? Is that it? Let's go, Trucy. Excuse me. Could you read this? Sure. I feel like a teenager on a first date. And this is a love letter we passed from desk to desk at school. Yeah. I'm not sure why you feel that way, dude. That was 10 years ago for you. Stop looking so wistful and read it, Apollo. It's a business card with a name and an address. The name is Vera Misham. Vera Misham. Misham. That's probably a joke there that I'm not getting. The address is for Drew's. Drew Studio. Are you sure that's the whole name? Are you sure it's not? It's not part of a certain Joey. And you're giving me this card because... Well, looks like we're finished here. I wonder if Drew's studio is the scene of the crime. Let's go find out. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Ew. Wow, lots of different types of art. Wow, this looks like... It looks like a studio. It's life imitating art. Or maybe it's the other way around. But the tape on the ground there, it's a bit jarring. Yeah, looks like we found our crime scene. Apollo, look at all these paintings. Hey, don't touch those. It's okay, I'm just looking. I like that one. That one's really pretty. Huh? Apollo, look at this one. Looks half finished. You can see the rough sketch underneath. But that's odd. The rough part doesn't look like the rest of the painting at all. Yeah, good point. That is odd. I mean, people paint over their things and change things all the time, so who knows? Only half finished, the rough sketch is still visible. Interesting. All the paintings have a really different style too. I thought I might find you two here. Hi, Emma. I knew it was you. Oh? Seems like I run into you far too often. I'll bet I know why you're here too. You know about the trials simulation tomorrow? I've heard about it, sure. So, Mr. Right, choose you, huh? We don't even know what the case is about. Well, he was killed. The artist who owns the studio, that is. Mr. Drew Misham. Huh. So that's his kid, I guess. Interesting. Misham. And his daughter was put under arrest. Yeah, we just saw her in the detention center. It was funny though. She seemed more like a victim than the kind of person who would commit murder. You don't say. Not even by poisoning? That's how it was done, you know. Poisoning's a common way to get the job done when the murderer is a woman. Yeah, usually. Poisoning? Anyway, Mr. Wright told me you'd be coming. Feel free to take a look around. I'll just be over here with my sackos. Can't talk to anyone related to this case this time around. Which means we better find as much as we can here at the scene. Where else? Ooh, interesting. Not sure we'll be able to find too much, but you know, it always all comes together during the trial. Yeah, I do think Trusu meant that she seemed way too timid to be a murderer, but you know, everyone loves a good bit of poisoning. I'll examine everything in a minute, Alex. Give me a second. What is all this equipment here for? It doesn't look very artistic, really. He had everything from a lathe to a laser cutter. Looks like he was ready to work on metals and wood, too. Though his equipment is a bit old, to tell the truth. So why would a painter need all that? You ever heard of mixed medium, Apollo? From the dust, I'd say he hasn't used the stuff for years. This corner doesn't fit the rest of the studio. Oh! Do you think I could borrow this? Zedius. Shush. Oh my god. Oh my god. You guys, I am just so glad that it is basically impossible for me to have text-to-speech, because otherwise I know you would be abusing it. I want to cut a quarter in half to make a trick coin. This is a crime scene, Trucy. But these cost like $50 on the magic shop. A trick coin costs you $50? What the fuck? Is this desk for painting, Apollo? That would be a drafting table. Drafting? Oh my god. Sorry, I am just in pain for absolutely no reason. Ow. Are the Tim Tams fighting back? Is that what's happening? Are you fighting me back? Can't believe you do that to me, Tim Tams. Hang on, you're gonna make an old account just to tease me? Fine, sure, do whatever you want. It'll make good content. Basically, it's a tool for making precise diagrams. Wow, painting is harder than I thought. Why would a painter need a drafting table? Was he an architect too? Dude, let him do whatever fuck he wants. The pain is absence of Gant. Oh my god. Okay, look, in a year's time we'll replay that case, okay? Look at all these paints, Apollo. There's so many. He's got like 20 kinds of red. He could repaint your suit, Apollo. How about this shade of green? That'll be enough of that, thanks. Wasn't there an anime called Gantz? Let's check. Yes, there was. It is a psychological horror action sci-fi. So definitely not something I want to be reading. Let's take a closer look at the desk table. I mean, I'm sure you're not the only person in the whole world who knows it, but I'm a slice of life watcher, so if it's not a slice of life, I have no idea. Ooh. Ooh, taking a closer look at everything. Something about this pose. The way the figure is posed. I've seen that pose before. It's you, Apollo. See, you're making one of your flamboyant gestures. Please, I'm a professional. I wonder why it's posed like that. Coincidence? So, this is Drew Misham. And this little girl must be Vera. No, the anime does not have 1.5. I'm pretty sure when actually, look, if the anime had 1.5, I would have already seen that shit. And I would have been jeeving the whole way before. I'm pretty sure that the anime probably... When did that release, actually? I'm okay. I'm okay, guys. I'm just fine. Release timeline. Do Destinies over there. Chronicles Trilogy. Updated mobile version. Original mobile version. Investigations. Legacy, related media, reception, localization, character setting, spin-offs, main series, compilations, to Prosecutor's Gambit. I'm so excited to play that. It makes sense in the plot sense, since 1.5 did put some major plot holes for the entire Justice for All plot. So I guess I just wanted to avoid explaining that mess. Did it? It felt very self-contained to me. But, you know, maybe I'm just I'm weird like that, and I don't pick up on that stuff, I guess. TV series that came out 2016. Case 1-5. Rise from Ashes. Was an extra episode for the DS version of the game, which released interesting. That's so cool. Oh wow, it released. I'm as old as Chapter 1.5 of Ace Attorney. Slice of life is always so interesting because I feel like it takes a lot more skill to make an everyday life full of tension. In Battle Shonen, the combat itself is often used as the stakes, but slice of life doesn't have that kind of stuff, and that's why I find when you see a good slice of life, they tend to be really moving, like Miyazaki films. I totally get that. Like, as someone who writes stuff, and like as someone who writes stuff, it can be kind of hard to like manufacture conflicts. I love slice of life stuff because it's just so lovely and it's so fun and everyone's so happy and I love them. On 5 makes it a bit unreasonable for Miles to just outright disappear from the legal world. I get that. I totally get that. To me personally, it's been a bit since I played it, so my head might be a bit the entire reason Miles fully disappears in Justice for All is because of his past actions as a young prosecutor and how he handled things, especially with the forged evidence controversy, and 1.5 gives him a full on redemption arc. I suppose so. I suppose that does make sense. So for Justice for All to make somewhat sense with 1.5, it is basically Miles not fully disappearing, but at most taking a break, with Phoenix having full knowledge of that. And Phoenix knew that. His bitterness about Miles and Justice for All makes no sense. So the way my brain did it was, because Miles is an interesting guy, he's like going through like a lot he's going through a lot in those early bits. Like, I totally understand what you're saying, but I can still totally see Miles just like not fully accepting it until he fucks off for a little while. Because, you know, look, Phoenix was being a bit of a fucking drama queen about it, let's be honest. Like, look, like, dude, you two were doing fine. Like, honestly, in my opinion, Phoenix's bitterness about it, whether 1.5 exists or not, doesn't make sense to me. Because what do you mean you're deeply, deeply upset with this guy when you were like so fine, like just earlier? You're being so you're just being unreasonable with him. Look, I think no matter what, Phoenix is being unreasonable in this situation with his, like, it's completely valid. His feelings are valid, but you're being unreasonable here, dude. And there's also the whole thing of Miles isn't the kind of person who, like, communicates his feelings. very well until much later in his life. So I can totally see him, like, yeah, I know that Phoenix is bitter because of the way Miles disappeared, but also, dude, dude, you can't be angry at him for that. It makes a lot more sense if 1-5 never happened. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, because of the, I guess because of the way that I experience the story and it including 1-5, to me it still makes sense, right? Like, there isn't a reason why I can't see why it wouldn't make sense. I love you, Miles Edgeworth. You're such a weirdo. You're such a weirdo guy. You're so heavy all the time. You're so... He's going through it. He's going through it. He's going through it. He's going through it. And... he's like I don't like, cause in my brain, I guess what it is that 1-5 does not take away Miles's self-loathing. It gives him reason. It gives him more reason to question it. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? It's weird because I haven't had to really think about it until you brought it up. But like I understand why it can be a bit confusing, but to me it makes complete sense. So, you know, Phoenix is an extremely emotional. He is extremely emotional. He is so emotional. Look, it's understandable, but you gotta be nicer about it to him, okay? He's going the fuck through it. I don't know, I don't like when people are unreasonably mean to people experiencing depression and stuff. It's like, dude, I understand. I understand what you're feeling, Phoenix. But aren't you at least happy that Miles isn't dead? Like, yes, he probably should have called. But did you call? Anyway, that's what I write about in my free time. That's the shit I write about with him in my free time. I do understand the self-loathing Miles felt after 1-4. Be lessened by the whole 1-5 arc. I guess so. I guess so. But it wouldn't take it away completely. He's, like, it would definitely be lessened by that. Okay, what actually happened in that? Aside from... because I haven't watched through the whole trial in a little while. Anyway, I would just take it as... I guess to me, I just take it as... because, like, he's not gonna be fully okay, you know? Even after that, he's not gonna be fully okay. I guess, to me, it's, like... the culmination of all these things coming to light and coming to the realization that everything he thought about himself was wrong, that kind of breaks him a little bit, so he needs to fuck off for a little while. That's what I'm thinking. right? Like, it started, like, the way it makes sense, 1-5 existing makes sense in my brain, is it started with the DL6 incident being fully solved. And then he's kind of like in a mental health crisis. And then SL9 coming back up, and that also coming to a resolution after so long. Him getting 2 closures within 3 months of each other, and just everything he's been thinking for the past, like, the entirety of his career, just being completely shattered once again. And so he's suddenly like, fuck me. Is everything that I do different? Am I okay? Am I not the person that I assumed I was this whole time? And so he fucks off because he's having a mental health crisis, and he realizes that I don't have to, like, put myself aside right now. I should be thinking about this stuff. I think DL6 was the beginning of that, and then SL9 is like the final straw, in which he's like, you know what, I do need to, like, fully reflect on myself. I've been thinking about it for a little while now. I've really felt off, but this is telling me that I need to figure some shit out. Anyway, that's how it goes in my brain. But I totally understand if people think it, like, throws everything off. But anyway, fuck those guys, because it's Damon Gann. He's there. And I love him, and no one can ever take that away from me, and I get to hang out with Gumshoe in there, and I guess Marshall's there too. Guess Marshall's okay. You never realize how deep this franchise was. It was just a funny game. Yeah. Yeah, I can totally get how it would, like, totally go over people's heads. If they've never actually, like, played it and stuff. In your opinion, 1-5 Phoenix proves to Miles by solving SL9 that although Miles was very underhanded prosecutor, he was never straight up evil like Miles thought some of traits of Von Karma, but Phoenix proved to Miles that Von Karma didn't truly rub off completely on him, proving the whole forging evidence stuff. Exactly. I think that between the SL9 incident and the GL6 incident, trials that we play through, in between that time, it starts as, oh fuck, and then it's like he's going the fuck through it in those months, and he's like, oh, you know what, this is fine, I'm completely fine, and then DL6 comes up again, and he's like, I'm not fucking fine. Oh my god, I should do some self-reflection. I've had to think about me and my past and my feelings a lot lately. Let's just keep doing that. You know what? I should look at my emotions a bit more now. God damn it, Phoenix Wright, I can't believe you do this to me. Anyway, we've been talking about this for a long time. And I don't have that long today because it's a Wednesday shopping day. Yes, they took that some years ago. They look close. A little happy family. Until you arrested his daughter. Look, I was personally against that, okay? She just didn't seem very suspicious, scientifically speaking. Uh-huh, right. Oh, cute! This is a tiny frame, Apollo. Tiny is right. That thing's barely 2 inches high. What picture would fit in that? None, apparently. It's empty. There's no glass in it either. You'd rather talk about the plot than keep bringing up damn game. Oh. No matter, look, I'm fairly certain no matter what you do, I will be distracted, so. There's no glass in it either. What's it doing sitting on this desk? This is a lesson for us all. Be sure to check the sizes when you buy frames. Is this a journal? Wow! They talk about a clue. Let's read it. What is it, Apollo? He didn't write the name of the killer, did he? He didn't write the name of the killer, did he? It's new. He didn't write a single line. Aww. You had me going for a while there. Hey, Apollo. What's this feathery thing? Isn't that a pen? Like an old-fashioned quill pen? But it doesn't have a pointy end. That was most likely a sweeping Duratus for sweeping Detrius off the desk. Wow, you sure know a lot, Emma. Bold and scientific, and that's my motto. Find a way to source animation. Look, if you make that, I will dislike it. I will dislike that GIF. I will hate it. For reasons other than why I dislike talking about Catdam Gant. One day I'll source some animation. It's just expensive and I'm broke. Exactly what about that was bold or scientific? This envelope has been opened and resealed. Oh! I know how to do that. You take a pot of boiling water and hold the envelope up to the steam. The glue melts and it opens. Cool, huh? If it did that, this wasn't so delicate. You're right. It looks like they just ripped it open and stuck it back together. Huh? The postmark on this letter is from 7 years ago. I'm gonna make a ton of guilty pleasure stuff with me again. Exactly. I was talking about it a little bit in the Discord, but I found a song. And I want to cover it purely for the art that I want to make with it. Now here's the thing, I'm not sure the cover would turn out very well because I don't have very expressive voice banks. Look at me, who might... I'm considering recording a multi-pitch voice bank just to make it sound better. But I want to do it because I want to get art of my avatar dressed as Damingant. And I want to cover that song just so I have an excuse to do that. Speaking of which, new song coming out on Friday. It's with Geki Yaku. I better hang on to this. If I went to a con and saw someone in a very good Gant cosplay, I'd die. I would die. I would approach them being like, oh my god, that's my favorite character of all time. And they'd be like, oh my god, thank you so much. Okay, so I post all my songs on my YouTube. Do I have the YouTube directly here? Or do I only have the VODs linked? I have the VOD, so let me get my actual my songs, because basically what I do is I do Utao covers. I have an Utao of my voice that I do a lot of covers with, and I also do covers with other voice banks that are way better than mine. So there you go. That's where all of my Utao covers are. I would just fangirl. I think, look, you have such low expectations of me. I saw a cosplay of another character who was similar to Damagan in looks and age. I saw a cosplay of that, and I just went full, oh my god, it's so good, and I never get to see cosplays of you, oh my god, it's so good. I don't know why you have such low expectations of me, okay? Stop it. Shh. Can't believe you. Anyway, that's where my covers are. So you can go onto my card, and you can go onto the Google Drive and listen to it all on the Google Drive. My impression of you with Damangand is like seeing Sanji looking at girls. I don't appreciate it. But I'm not sure if I can say that you're wrong. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay. Z. Anyway, we got other things to look at. Do everything done over here? I think so. You over. I wouldn't mind taking a closer look at those paintings. I just love oils. You know how they're so thick? Is that the word? These paintings are all dry. I'm just surprised, you know, at how different these all are. Yeah, and what's going on with this half-finished one? It must have been a work in progress. You can still see the rough sketch below. That's what's so weird. The sketch part doesn't seem to fit the finished part. I noticed. That is weird. I don't know nothing about paint, so I can't tell you if oils are thick or not. Apollo? That's where the body was. That's the spot where Mr. Drew Michem passed away. He put the coffee mug to his lips, and the next moment there's quite a bit of paint on the ground. See that half-painted painting there? He must have been working on it right up to the moment he died. Wow, a true artist to the end. Or maybe he started it a year ago and was procrastinating. That letterbox looks funny, sitting inside a room like this. Let's take a look. Empty. The other half of that letterbox is actually connected to the outside of the studio. Mr. Masham would put his letters in there, and the postman took them away. Impressive that someone still writes letters in this day and age. Or wrote, rather. Ah, this is the victim's coffee mug. Aha! So the poison was in here. This is my first time seeing a real poison mug of coffee. I would hope so. Poison coffee? Not exactly, actually. What do you mean? No traces of poison were found in the coffee. What? You have to figure out the rest for yourself. I'm officially not on your side after all. Huh. So would it be that spot there that had the poison on it? The rim? I imagine this coffee cup was for guests to use. Guests? Did the police already analyze this cup too? Not a trace of poison was found on that cup. So the killer was after Drew Masham alone. Hey, there's a painting hiding back here. Hey, right. What if it's embarrassing somehow and he didn't want anyone to see it? You certainly seem pleased by the possibility. Uh-huh. It's so normal. That's hardly something to get mad about. Huh? What is it, Apollo? Well, doesn't this painting look like... never mind. Yeah, you're right. It's a replica. Oh, it's basically the same. The sky is different. I better get a professional opinion on this. Everything to look at. So, this, Drew Masham was some kind of artist. Apparently, did a lot of illustrations for books, I hear. And a lot of female fans, too, for what it's worth. Oh? Well, I guess the stuff was kind of pretty. Like that oil painting over there, for instance. Yeah. That wasn't one of his illustrations, actually. Huh? So, it was a standalone painting or something? Is that what she means? He was an odd bird, Masham. Hadn't shown his face to anyone until the end. What do you mean, to anyone? He was always locked up in here, in the studio, apparently. His only connection to the outside world was through letters he'd put in the mailbox over there. Letters? Do people still write letters? What do you mean, Apollo? I mean, when was the last time you wrote a real letter? Don't most people use email and stuff these days? Not Mr. Masham. Couldn't stand technology, it seems. He did everything by mail. Maybe he thought that way was more artistic, you know? In any case, the only person besides him allowed in here was his daughter, Vera. Oh, you mean the killer? The suspect, please. We took some fingerprints, of course. The only ones found in the room were Miss Masham's and Vera's, basically. Basically? Actually, last night, Mr. Masham gave an interview to a reporter for the first time. It happened during the interview, apparently. His first interview ever. Could you tell us a bit more about what happened on the night of the murder? So this woman, Vera, she was Mr. Misham's daughter, right? Yep, a real sickly girl ever since she was little. Hardly ever went outside. She did kind of give off a withdrawn sort of aura. She was homeschooled by her father, apparently. It was quite a scene when they took her to the detention center. She was screaming about how she'd die if they took her outside. It does sound like a scene. In the end, she agreed to leave if she was allowed her good luck charm for company. Her good luck charm? Apparently, she has this charm that magically gives her the courage to go outside. Why can't I ever get a normal client? But why would a shut-in daughter kill her own dad? Look at me. So, about the poison, it was found to be in his coffee, right? No, not precisely. Not precisely? What does that mean? It means see for yourself, I think. Like I said, last night, for the first time, someone from the outside came into the studio. I guess mysterious painters who never go outside make for good articles. And it was just so happens that he died that night of his first interview. At around 9 PM every night, Vera always made him a cup of coffee. Last night, he drank his usual coffee and then suddenly became violently ill. And died? She poisoned him on the night of this interview? Wouldn't the reporter say? He wasn't near Mr. Misham when she brought her father his coffee. He was checking out the equipment in the back of the room. Supposedly, that's why she didn't notice he was there. It was the reporter who called the police, in fact. Wait, but why is she the suspect? If anyone is suspicious, it's the reporter. Yet, the reporter never got near Ms. Misham's coffee. Even Vera acknowledges that. Regardless, I want to know more about this reporter. I bet Emma could help us out here. Don't forget, flattery will get you everywhere with her, Apollo. Huh? What are you two whispering about? Well, I was thinking... Good go. Okay, bye-bye, Alex. I will have a very good stream. Thank you for hanging out for a little while. I mean, what is it we always do when we run into this crime scene? What is it we always do scientifically? Ah, you know me too well. Okay. Okay, meaning we can get scientific now? Oh, I suppose. Just this once. Bring me anything you find suspicious and we'll check it out. Okay. What should we look at? Let's just look at everything that we have right now. Well, this looks like a painting for sure. Well... What do we have here? It looks like a person thinking about something. Maybe they're worried. Like, what should I have for supper? A hot dog or a hamburger? My badge is sus? Come on. It's fine. My badge is perfectly normal. It's a normal attorney's badge. You know, I've always wondered about that. Why is there supper and dinner? Are they different meals or the same thing? Maybe that's what this person's thinking about. He is a real attorney. You don't need to be in a lawyer office to be an attorney. He's technically in a lawyer office. Only technically though. Is that a pufferfish? It's very photorealistic and definitely not a real photo that they just put a filter on. Apollo? That's clearly a porcupine fish. They're not the same thing. You know what gets me? They've got all these needles, right? But that's what's protecting that soft spot on the lower belly there? Nothing. Must remember to keep Trucy away from small round fish. Anyway, what's up with this painting? Wrong thing. This. Apollo, look at this painting. You can see the rough sketch. Oh, looks like it's only half completed. Huh? That's funny. Do the rough sketch and the finished painting look totally different to you? I do, actually. What's that all about? I mean, if you say so. It's hard to tell, really. Australia's very used to what pufferfish has neurotoxins. Come on! Come on! It's like every corner. There's not that many neurotoxins, okay? I've never even encountered a neurotoxin in my life. Hello, look, it's been opened once per year. Right. Wonder if there's some way we can see what's inside. Should I try to get it open and then stick it back shut? What do you mean, right? I've literally never experienced a neurotoxin. I'd be fucking way more terrified of the ocean if I had. Let's not tamper with the evidence, shall we? I've got a better idea. Emma, let's ask her. Neurotoxin you got is the absolute desire to have... Oh my god. Okay, maybe he has poisoned my brain a little bit. Maybe he has, okay? Maybe... No, I can't be thinking about it, not right now. I can't be thinking about it. Can't believe you made me think about something like that. Hey, look at there. That stain doesn't look healthy, Apollo. That must be the Blue Mountain stuff they've been talking about. Something tells me that even Blue Mountain coffee isn't this blue. No, the stain is probably... better ask Emma. I guess it does say his name. Weird. I mean, not weird, it's cute, but you know. It's painting, I guess. Interesting. Peach! Hey, Apollo! This painting, I know it. Huh? Really? It's that story where the old woman is doing the washing in the river, and this giant peach comes floating on down. That might possibly be the strangest thing I have ever heard. You've never heard that story, Apollo? I've heard that story. No, I mean, not as a child, but you know. Wow, it's a mailbox. Anyway, Emma, about this. Oh, that. Yes! Why, that's a bright red envelope. She sure is jumpy. Someone opened this, didn't they? My lips are sealed. Your lips are sealed. That's a first. You mean, you know what's inside the envelope? Sure, I read it after all. Ah, you mean you're the one who ripped this open? Please, I would have steamed it open. But she did sneak a peek at it, apparently. Know that I have a powerful weapon on my side. Weapon? Yay! The use of tools, highly specialized. The use of tools, highly specialized tools for information gathering. Tools I wouldn't mind getting my hands on. You should try flattering her, Apollo. They say a little praise can open big doors. Never heard that one, but good advice. Let's try talking to her some more. About that envelope we found. I was wondering if you could help us with that tool you were mentioning? You want to know about my tool, do you? It's implied. I do love that it is implied that she's carrying that huge ass machine around. Because what? You just lugged it all the way over here? Where'd you put it? This place is a mess. It's got an X-ray analyzer. X-ray? Like the X-rays you get at the dentist. That's right. At least that's what I call it. Huh? It has a real name, but it's much more complicated. The X-ray spectralization. Something... how am I supposed to remember all that? So, basically, it lets you look inside things, like envelopes. That's right. You're sharp, Trucy. But it's a bit more complicated than that. In practice, of course. Actually, to tell the truth, I'm not really sure how it works scientifically. Can I try to talk to Emma, please? Oh, I suppose. Of course, I'm already checked out. Everything's suspicious myself. Alright, let's give it a spin, Apollo. Ooh. What are you doing? Oh, just seeing if I could see through your hair, but it's like lead. Point that thing at me more, and it might all fall out. I guess it's handheld then. Then I wouldn't need an X-ray machine to see through it. Let's just get down to business, shall we? Right, let's test it on the sample first. It just so happens that I have a lottery ticket here. Jesus fucking Christ, it's loud and I hate it. So, you set the sample on the device like so. I don't see anything. Patience, there's no need to forget all antsy. Look at the right side of the screen, that's the layer view. Ah! I forget that I'm on a rocking chair sometimes. It's the layer view of the envelope. Layer view. You've got to set the display on... Set it to display the outside of the envelope. Now see? Actually, it's quicker if I just... to just have you give it a try. Turn the dial for me, would you? Wow. Definitely me giving it a try, huh? That's right. That's how you choose what depth you want to scan. Hey, I got something. See? That's how you can read the letters on the ticket inside. Cool, huh? Except I can't read them. Just turn the dial a little more. What you have to understand is that a sheet of paper isn't really flat at all. When you zoom in that much, you see that paper is like a bunch of bumpy hills and valleys. Wow, really? This X-ray device uses a beam with a wavelength of only 0.05 microns. I know, there's so many mechanics all shoved into this game. There's a new mechanic like every single chapter, but I kind of love it. It breaks cards down into thin layers so it can only show what's written on that layer. I'm not entirely following you, but what good is it if you can't read anything? That's why we go to step 2. Try rubbing the image a bit, if you would. Rubbing? Like going over the image with WASD while holding space? There! That fixes the image on the screen. Now turn the dial again, just a little. Oh! Good! Now you can rub this image to fix it too. They did have the perfect Emma character to explain it. I love you, Emma. You're so fun. Hey, I get it. We just keep doing that until we have the whole thing. Exactly, not bad. Neat. Let's do some more. So now I get to do it. It's so fun. Ooh. You didn't win the lottery, by the way, Emma. I'm sorry. Well, I can totally read it now, but I don't think you're gonna let me finish up with just this. I love how fast it moves. Oh, I love it! I love it! I love it! It's so fun. Okay, let's print this one out. Does this mean I have to buy another one to win? Well, it's Emma's ticket. Let her buy another one. It's okay, there's no need. But, see, this is the true hidden power of my weapon, Nita. Now, let's try it out on the real thing, shall we? I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Look at everything. Okay. I don't know why, but I know that Emma's the one that's here, but doing this stuff makes me think about Gumshoe a lot. It makes me go, wow, I totally understand it, dude. Yeah, I'm on the same wavelength now. Ooh, fancy handwriting. $100,000 deposited the money for the design. Oh, okay. I'm sounding exactly like Emma would, thank you. Look, it's just so much fun. It makes me have... It's so fun. I love it. I love doing this shit. Mr. Drew Misham, I've deposited $100,000 to the designated account. Please send a receipt once you've confirmed the transfer. Someone deposited $100,000 to Mr. Misham. His paintings must be really valuable. There's another page in there. Care to take a look? You bet I do. If you're going to read someone's mail, you might as well read all of it. Here goes the second page. Here goes the second page then. I love this bit so much. No motive, no crime. 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 Send the papers and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need to remind you to speak of this to no one. Huh, sounds a bit shady. So, it was a letter about a payment for one of his paintings. Well, the secrecy though. And what? Why would this letter be the only one in here? It's 7 years old, right? Maybe it had some special significance to him. Well, Emma? Well, indeed. She knows something she's not telling us. Looks like she's keeping mum about it. Interesting. Anyway, I also gotta ask you about the coffee mug, and then I think we can fuck off. Emma, about this mug. There's a pale blue, residue on the rim. That. Yes, well, it's just a rumor. But I've heard there's some kind of coffee called Blue Mountain. I'm pretty sure it isn't actually blue, Emma. Right. Okay, you got me. That's left over from my testing spray. Forensic science! I knew your hobby was behind this somehow, Emma. It's not a hobby. So, what kind of scientific stuff were you up to? This spray? That's what? It turns blue when it touches poison. So, the poison that killed the victim was on this mug? That's right, see? It wasn't in the coffee. The killer applied it to the rim of the mug itself. And had to guess exactly where he was drinking from? Wow, science is amazing. It's certainly helpful. Maybe Emma'd be willing to help us out a bit more. You should try buttering her up, Apollo. They say flattery will get you everywhere. It's certainly worth talking to her a bit more. Yes, flattery gets everywhere. Gets you everywhere with me.
Oh, I do look good. I can't believe you say that to me.
Ugh. About the poison analysis. I was afraid you were going to ask that. See, this solution is used for testing for extra quinine. I recognize that again. I recognize that name. I know atraquinine. Huh? Atraquinine, the deadly poison found in the autopsy. Small atraquinine. Where is everyone getting all this quinine from? I know that spark in her eyes. She's getting excited. Best tread carefully. Come on, Apollo. Everyone loves her when she's excited. You know, Zedius, I was checking my stats, and you single-handedly made that emoji the most used in my entire chat. I think you've used it like over 100 times already. It's one of the most virulent, virulent poisons, but is absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. So he ingested it beforehand then? Which is why it's on the rim of the cup. It wasn't on the cup itself, it was on his lips. I feel smart. Oh, and guess what? Recent research has shown... That's fine, really. We don't need to know all the gory details. I think I get it. You just spray the stuff on something you want to test, right? Precisely. You can find even the slightest trace of poison with this. I want to try too, Emma. Please, pretty please. You don't have to ask twice. I already used it on everything suspicious, of course. Yay! Let's give it a whirl, Apollo. What are you doing? I was just seeing if I got a reaction off of you. How is this for a reaction? Never do that again. I'm not poisonous. Tell that to those hapless witnesses on the stand. Let's just get down to checking for real poison, shall we? Hell yes! Poison, 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 poison. Poison, poison. Poison. Poison, poison. Poison, poison. Poison. Possible. Poison, poison, poison. 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 Poison, poison. No poison anywhere. No poison anywhere. Poison. 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 Possible. Poison. 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 I'm sorry, Emma, I'm wasting all your stuff, but I'm having so much fun spraying for poison. 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 My hand is hurting. Poison. 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 I'm not sure if I'm even meant to find anything. Poison. 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 Too bad. No reaction there. I'm sure Emma checked out all the likely spots. Wait a second. What is it, Apollo? Did you spray the little desk over there? I don't think so. The spray probably can't reach that far, you know. Let's check it out, just to be sure. Oh, there's the poison. I knew that was going to be something. A reaction, Apollo? Where? The inside of that cute little frame, look. Well, would you look at that? Nice going, Trucy. I'm known to work magic. Never mind that, I was the one who found it. Actroquinine! I fucking love that word so much. Quinine. It's such a good word. Why would the inside of that frame have poison on it? And it looks like we found the only other place that was poisoned in any case. So, Emma, I was wondering, the story behind this reporter that came here for the story of the night on the crime. I'm afraid I can't tell you because he's going to be a witness tomorrow, I hear. I thought so. Ultra Quanon. It's such a good word. Quanon. 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 Quanon! That's why I know it. Markiplier was talking about it. I remember him saying it. That's why it's in my brain. Quanon. Oh, never forget that face, but what was his name? Oh, right. His Spark Bruchel. Bruchel. I feel like I've heard of a Bruchel before. Bruchel. He's after the scoop to sell the papers. So a reporter comes for an interview with a painter. His first interview ever, and that night he's killed. Seem strange to you? Really strange. It does raise a few questions. I'd like to speak with this reporter if I could. Well, I hear he's on the beat today, too. He said something about covering a magician. Magician? Well, if it's not true, see, that leaves only one other person. You say that like there isn't many other magicians, but in this series, you're right. It wasn't Vlad Grammarie by any chance, was it? Yeah, something like that. He's got some big show lined up, I hear. So, he's out interviewing Vlad Grammarie. Looks like I'll be heading out to the Coliseum again sooner than I thought. Here, I'll give you that reporter's card if you want.
Well then, thanks, Emma. I'm all done here.
The magic show. I love magic. Woohoo! This is it, Apollo. The place where magic and dreams converge. Just a while ago, it was a place where murder and nightmares converged. Let's go say hi to Uncle Vlad. What about the case? Only a performer laughs like that. Hi! 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 I saw a picture of you without your mustache and you looked really fucking weird. The young Miss Trucy! How often I hoped we'd meet again, only to tell myself it was an impossible dream. Uncle Vlad, how's it going? I'm glad to see you too. Of course you are. Humility is definitely not one of his strongest traits. He doesn't need it. Look at him. With his hair and his outfit and his cane. Yes, it is one of the other men that I appreciate. And you'll get to learn all about the other ones that I appreciate if you come and tune into my birthday stream happening in 2 weeks' time on the Monday the 20th. It'll be great. Well, Miss Trucy, how does the day find you? If you've come to give me flowers, do it after the show, I beg you. Actually, we came to wish you good luck. And congratulations on your big magic show. Oh, but it was I who wished to congratulate you. Not everyone is so lucky as to witness miracles such as ones I shall perform. Yeah, you're amazing. We get the picture. He's so egotistical and I love it. Mwah, mwah. The world will watch in wonderment as Magnifique's illusions are reborn. Here I love you, speak. Here on stage by my hand. I'm so glad I get to hang out with you again. Everyone's talking about the big magic show. Is it true that the Gramarye miracle is back after 7-year absence? Miss Trucy, I must apologize. This show and this honor should have been his. Daddy. My co-magician in training, Zach Gramarye, if that terrible thing hadn't happened. It's okay. Your father was a great magician, Trucy. If he were alive, then I, Valant Gramarye, would have someone to perform with and perhaps do other things with based on what the fandom dictates. Would have been proud to stand upon the stage as his assistant. I'm sure you would. Thanks, Uncle Valant. You know, I'm happy you're doing the show. To think we get to see the great Magnifique's illusions again. She really is looking forward to this, isn't she? Yes, she loves magic. I love magic, Apollo. I get to see magicians. My mentor, the magnificent Magnifique Gramarye, was a true deity among magicians. A creator god who gave birth to magic and illusions that defied our very imaginations. I was so little when I last saw one, but I still remember his shows. He did wheelies in a sports car through the air above the audience, and then sped off to outer space faster than the speed of sound. I'm guessing that memory was a bit embellished. For 7 long years, the world has been waiting for a miracle to match his. As heir to the Gramarye Troop's secrets, it falls to me to provide one. It is my God-given destiny. Fuck yes it is. Yes, you, nameless face who speaks for the nameless masses. How can I help you? If the world was waiting, why did you hold off for 7 long years? It appears the lad is uninformed. Perhaps you have heard of the magic known as law within which governs our land. I have, though I'm not sure it qualifies as magic. The performance of Magnifique's miracles was impossible. A certain law prevented it for 7 years, but no more. 7 years? That phrase sure likes to pop up, doesn't it? And why was that? A little matter called performance rights, Trucy. Can you tell us about these performance rights? Magnifique's magic relied on the incredibly innovative idea, a trick, if you will. That trick was considered his property, and as such was protected by property laws. Intellectual property, maybe. Magnifique knew this and bequeathed it in his will to one person. You mean him? Yes, Miss Trucy, it was your father. Zach Gramarye was the inheritor of the Gramarye miracle. Daddy. Yet, as we well know, he is gone. He disappeared suddenly 7 years ago. I think I see where the story is going. Once a person is classified missing for a certain period of time, they're considered legally deceased, correct? In all absoluteness, those rolled-up sleeves conceal your competence well, young man. Why do people like commenting on my rolled-up sleeves? Are they that important? That certain period of time of which you speak is 7 years. Ah. Yes, Mistressy, though it pains me to say it. This past spring, April to be precise, was the time your father was legally declared deceased. In the absence of a formal will, the secrets of our mighty mental magnifique passed to me. This was, in fact, stipulated in the will by Magnifique himself. Is that how it works, Apollo? Yeah, it's called death in absentia. He's declared missing permanently. Daddy.
Okay. Let's see.
Ha ha ha! A challenge, is it? You want me to make that disappear? Very well, give it to me. No thanks. Are all magicians like this? Apollo? What was that look just now? I was just thinking how hard it is to get any information out of magicians. I was wondering if you could tell me about this. Aha! Why, that bears the Gramarye seal. Uncle Valand, is something wrong? Trucy, where did you get this? I like this sprite. Oh, wow. Huh? Daddy gave it to me. Your daddy? No. My other daddy, Phoenix Wright. Why now? Why would your lord, Daddy? Don't say that. Come on, Daddy. It's kind of stretching the whole archaic thing a bit. There's signature upon the back. Do you recognize it? This belongs to none other than Zach Gramarye. What? Daddy signed this. Might I be so bold as to open it? I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that. What's in this envelope, I wonder? So, a journalist was here on a story? All eyes in the universe are upon my stage. All pens seek to commit it to mysteries. It's mysteries to paper. His name was Bruchel. I think he remembers him. It doesn't look too happy about it. Bruchel. A cloying smell of mint when he smiles, yes. Could you tell us more about him? What did he want? Mr. Bruchel. A man by that name called on me just now. Just now? Valant's vision is always toward tomorrow. Valant's feet step towards forward. I love you. That is all. That's all. Very confusing. I am to perform a big magic show, yes. I wanted someone to cover it. Yet, he had ears only for that incident. That incident. In any case, I requested that the rapturous reporter remove himself. So, a painter has died. What of it? It is but a footnote in the footlights compared to the magic of Gramarye. Uncle Valant, do you know where the reporter went? I recommended he visit the place popular with penalized perpetrators. The detention center? He was a rude individual. Might I see that card? Sure. There! He would tear apart my respectability. I will tear apart him. Oh, here comes Apollo. Uncle Valant's big magic trick. He's going to fix a card. Not sure that qualifies as a big magic. He was just upset about it. What happened to the big magic? It was no more. It is not more miracles for it to stay ripped.
Yes, it is. Kisses.
He must have really not liked that journalist. Now, the time has come where I must return to make my prestidigitation's preparation. By your leave, Miss Trucy. Thanks, Uncle Valant. 3 days from now, I make ready for a miracle. Bye-bye. Do you think that journalist was after? Why did Valant react like that to this envelope? I think it's time to pay the detention censor another visit. I think so too. Hi, Phoenix. Hanging out? I think I hear what you're saying. We're all doing it for the money, end quote. No, not at all. Looks like someone already meeting here. Maybe that reporter. Huh. I hate you. I hate you a lot. Hey there, how you doing? Who might you be? Sorry, you didn't know someone was already here. I'm Apollo Attorney at Law. The rat, none nervous monkey. You're Justice, you! You know me? Do I know you? Of course I know you! Stares down witnesses on the stand till they spill beans, end quote. That's not true. What's he writing? And why is he writing it on his arm? That must hurt. Are you a reporter by any chance? Ooh, you're Trucy! Eh? Am I famous? Oh yeah. Trucy Bride hates carrying a bag. Puts everything she owns in her panties, end quote. That's not true. Just hold on to your breeches there. I'll wrap up this interview in a jiffy. Interview? So, guard, I think I know what's going on here. Guarding rooms is my life. What else could I possibly need? End quote. No, how many times do I have to tell you this? Look, I just got work to do. You deal with him. Do you come here to interview the guard? Ooh-wee, what a pickle. Accused wouldn't talk, had to interview someone or go plumb crazy, end quote. Huh. I should have guessed. Where's my manners? Name's Rochelle, Spark Rochelle. I'm not picky, journalist could just close his eyes, writes, end quote. What's that nauseatingly strong mint smell? Every time he grins. It looks like he spends a lot of time brushing his teeth, and I hate it. Can you leave my sight immediately? Until you've been interviewed by me, you don't know what thrilling is. A wild romp through crossroads of mayhem, madness, end quote. I can see that. He's writing something again. Well, if he's a reporter, maybe he knows something? So, Mr. Bruchel, you're a journalist. Me? Look, let me state one thing for the record here. Yes? I'm the interviewer, you understand, yeah? I'm the one asking the questions here, end quote. Okay. For instance, you think a movie director watches movies? Well, I think he probably does. Exactly! I knew you'd understand. Huh? So, the night of the murder, you were at your studio? Who, me? Look, let me say one thing for the record. I may look calm and collected, but I'm busy, real busy, always on the road. A journalist always buys one-way tickets, never looks back, end quote. I can understand that philosophy, but you want to know the thing that... You want to know the thing about one-way tickets? Once you use them, they're gone. All because you have to give them to the guy at the airport. True enough. But don't they give normal tickets away too? Exactly! See, it's the same thing. What is? Ugh. So, you went to do a story on Drew Masham, and he never had a story done about him before. That's right! Look, let me say one thing for the record here. What? I'm sure you're going to want to know about my source. What tipped me off to Drew? Why do the interview in the first place? Well, yes. Look, it's like... Oh, I've got it. Say there's this burger joint with fabulous ketchup. You think the burger guy's going to tell me where he got it? At the supermarket, maybe? Exactly! See? That's what I'm talking about. I think I may actually understand that one. Well, there's nothing I can do there's nothing I can talk about, really. Walls have ears, eyes, especially glass walls, are speakers, end quote. Right. Guess we'll leave then. But since you're here, might as well tell you a tidbit of news I saw, just for the heck of it. Sure, tell us, just for the heck of it. I remember it like it was yesterday. I'd seen a movie on a trip and wandered into this ketchup place, this burger place with amazing ketchup, when an article in the tabloid caught my eye. A famous oil painting stolen from art dealer's gallery, end quote, I believe it was. An oil painting? Happens every day, right? But I thought I'd seen the painting somewhere before. A painting of a giant peach floating down the river. Right, he had two of them, didn't he? Someone stole an oil painting of a giant peach. A journalist can smell a scoop better than burgers, end quote. Ah, you mean... Ah, right. Let me go on the record here. Yes. I know what you're going to say. Rochelle, take this, write brilliant columns, end quote. I don't think so. Look, buddy, I write brilliant columns, but one thing. And that's food. Try to understand. What could he possibly be writing? He didn't listen to a word I said. Okay. So you have nothing to talk to me about. Cool, that's cool. I don't mind. Hi, Mr. Bright. Bye, Mr. Bright. Well, how'd it go? Find anything out? Actually, there was one thing I wanted to check with you. What's with the scary face you're making? That's weird. What's with the I know something but I'm not telling you face you're making, Emma? This painting came from behind that dresser. Yes, so. It was stolen, no? I was hoping you wouldn't figure that out. Do you think you could tell us a bit more about that? I suppose. It's what you think. Drew Misham was a forger. Oh. A forger? So, what exactly is a forger? Well, basically, it's someone who makes forgeries. Fakes, in other words. Fakes? Copies of an original. Exact copies to so precise you can't tell them apart. Well, why not just photocopy them? The big problem with forgeries is that people try to sell them as a real article. It's a crime, of course. So, Drew Misham was a criminal? I'm afraid so. He received money to create elaborate forgeries. To supplement his work in illustration, I guess. I see. Actually, that's why I brought this here in the first place. What do you mean? When you're trying to determine if a painting is a forgery, the rough sketch underneath can be a valuable clue. So the rough sketch is like practice for the real thing. Like doing a magic trick in front of the mirror before you go on stage. But not in the case of a forgery, not necessarily, anyway. You know about the finished product, what the finished product is going to look like after all. Oh yeah, I guess you would. That's why I brought this. I'm going to use it to see under the paint of the finished pieces. I get it now. Not that I really needed to go to such lengths, seeing as how one of the paintings is only half finished anyway. Still, it'd be neat to see Mr. Misham's rough sketches. Kind of like what he was drawing when he thought no one was looking. True. That would be interesting, and maybe valuable for our case. You should try buttering her up, Apollo. Flattery will get you everywhere, as they say. Maybe I should ask Emma to help us out. Nope. Presenting. I kind of wanted to see the rough sketches under this painting. And I was wondering if your tool there might do the trick. Oh, fine, fine. Just this one time, though. Let's check it out. Let's start here. Ooh. I love it so much. It's so fun. Oh, yeah. Yes. We getting the sketch. We slowly getting the sketch. Ooh. Whoa. That's so cool. That's what you meant by it looked so different. What the heck? Wow, he really blows. The finished painting isn't anything like the rough. Devices like mine didn't exist until recently. He probably thought he could draw any sort of thing he wanted for the rough. What do you mean? Well, in the past, you could only analyze the composition of a rough sketch.
You missed quite a bit, actually. We've been
flying through this shit. Well, we found out that the victim was a forger. So, not as great of a guy as we thought. Composition? In other words, the traces of charcoal between paint and canvas. You could tell if there had been a rough sketch, but not what it looked like. I think I follow you. So in essence, it wouldn't matter what was underneath in the finished painting. Some pros could actually paint out a rough sketch entirely, then do a completely new painting on top of that. So Mr. Masham was drawing whatever he wanted before painting over them. Possibly. Is there a problem with that? Not particularly, but something about that sketch itself is kind of odd. You're awfully silent all of a sudden, no Apollo. You think we could check out one of the other paintings? Well, sure. You like this detection stuff, don't you? I do. I love this stuff a lot. Ha. This is more artistic skill than I've ever had in my entire life. Ooh, it's a house. Something tells me these are gonna be clues. It's the ramen stand. Wait a second. This one too. What's wrong, Apollo? You look so serious all of a sudden. You think I could just look at the last one of these? Fine by me. Knock yourself out. Is it? Hang on a second. This last one. Nope. It is! They all have something to do with all the cases you've done, Apollo. Oh. Interesting. Why would he be sketching that? Okay, let's bring this one out. What the heck is all this? I hesitate to ask why you're getting so excited. Are you sure your device isn't leaking some kind of strange radiation? Trucy, look at these 3 sketches. Do you notice anything? I don't think these are courtroom artists because they're not images from the court, they're images of the crime. Do you notice anything? That's so strange. There. Now you're both white as a sheet. What's going on here? These sketches, they're of the 3 cases I've worked on. What? The murder in the poker room at the Borscht Bowl Club. The dead man pulling the noodle stand. And then the events that transpired during the Gaviniers concert. What could it mean? How could he have drawn those things, and why? That's what I want to know. Wait, is Drew Masham your father? Give me a break. Does he seem even remotely possible? Does that seem even remotely possible to you? I'd never even heard of any Drew Masham before. I haven't even seen a picture of him. There were my cases drawn on his canvas. Every single one of them. It couldn't have been a coincidence. Just, who does this Drew Masham? And what did he have to do with me? Probably why Phoenix decided to let you do this case. Interesting. I'm so interested. I'm so intrigued. Trial. Okay. Well, I'm starving. So right before the trial starts, I'm going to put on some. I'm gonna put on my garlic bread, and then I'm gonna eat my garlic bread. So give me. I'll be back in 5. Give me a second. Garlic bread cooking. I'll go get that in 10 to 15. Wee. Ugh. Okay. Z. Yes, I would like to continue. Hell yes! This is the first time we've been playing. We've played a trial on the actual day the trial happens. It's so cool. It's the 8th of October right now. It's the 8th of October in the game. It's like it's happening right before my eyes. Good morning. So, you're Vera, right? I'm Trissy, right? That's right with a W. Not right, right? We're on your side. You can tell us anything. Please. Good morning. She speaks. Not bad, not bad. But I think you'd do better with a little smile, you know? You're so pretty. You need to sell yourself, you know. Truzy, you're a woman. You know not to say that. Truzy, let's take it easy for starters. Thank you for taking my case. Okay, well, that's a start, I guess. There she goes with the nail polish again. That's great, really. It's so cultured. Want to try? Oh, really? Girls. Come on, Apollo. The victim, Mr. Drew Masham, was a forger. The stolen painting was found in the studio. Life of crime, really. And maybe one that led to his death. Interesting. Yo, 10 AM? That was 2 hours ago. Hi, Gavin. Well, we will now begin the trial of Vera Misham. Is the judge okay? His voice is all raspy, and he's looking around all nervous like. You have an audience all the time, Judd. Are you really that concerned? The repercussions of today's trial will most likely be felt for a long time, and may indeed alter our legal system forever. Today is a test of the jury system, and the first step towards a new order in our courts. Daddy's secret mission. The jurists will function like a jury. I don't know why you bothered changing the name. It is hoped their inclusion will help the courts to better reflect the people's will. Why aren't there any jurists in the courtroom? 3 closed-circuit cameras watch this courtroom at all times. The jurists have access to everything that transpires. Jurists judge well and judge cool. Now, see here, Prosecutor Gavin. I was going to say that. I mean, it is by technicality. Technicality streaming. But they're only streaming to, like, the 6 people sitting in the other room. My apologies, Judge. Jurist, today, judge today's time coolly, if you would so kindly. Jurists are unbound by the literal law. They don't affect the trial with evidence, but by their feelings. And we're about to find out what effect they're going to have. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin, the details of the case, if you would. The victim is the painter Drew Misham. He was killed in his own studio. His coffee was poisoned. By whom, you ask? By none other than the defendant, Vera Misham. There wasn't any poison in the coffee. Och, tongue. Someone has been doing their homework. Indeed, poison was not present in the coffee, but on the mug itself. The mug. Residue was found on the rim, I say. The autopsy report describes the manner of our victim's death. The court accepts this into evidence. Death by atroquinine. Estimated time of death is 9 to 9:30. According to this report, the victim's death was caused by atroquinine poisoning. A chemical compound that does not occur naturally, a lethal dosage of a mere 0.002 milligrams. A touch of atroquinine in the body is the touch of the Reaper's scythe. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin, you may present your witness. I have for you today a simple man for a simple case. A man who witnessed the murder in its entirety. Oh yeah, Drew Misham, 'cause he's a sham. Now it all makes sense. A journalist, no doubt. The witness will state his name and occupation. I hate that I have to look at you. Ah, right. Well, for starters, my name is Spark Bruchelle. My job is a lone observer of the world. In other words, a freelance journalist, right? If you don't mind, I'd like to state something here for the record. Yes, Mr. Bruchelle? I dislike conclusions, specifically the aspect of jumping to conclusions. Preconceptions make a park sandbox of endless desert. waste, end quote. But you are a journalist. You said so yourself? Well, that's true, yes. But you must understand I stand before you today with a man with a dream. I'm offering you my testimony in exchange for exclusive rights to the story. Scoop turns Mr. Bruchel into that Mr. Bruchel, end quote. Let's hear your testimony then, shall we? That's a simple case, eh, Gavin? For me, the jury, is still out. I visited the studio around 9 o'clock that night to do the interview. The first outsider to enter the atelier, journalistic history made, end quote. His daughter brought us coffee right after we started. And you know what happened after that. Star falls, end quote. No one else entered the room besides her the whole time. That does sound like a simple case. Unless you were the one who poisoned him. What are you saying, Judge? And need I remind you the cameras are rolling today? I felt the need to be a bit dramatic. You didn't do it, did you? Me do a thing like that? Come on, that's like newsmaker making the news, end quote. Or even contemporary witch hunt, end quote. I know, wild accusations rock courtroom, end quote. Rock indeed. Prosecutor Gavin sure looks like he's having fun. He always looks like he's having fun. I'm so happy for him. Very well, Mr. Justice. Your cross-examination, please. Visit the studio around 9 to do the interview. 9 o'clock at night? Isn't that a little late for an interview? If the great painter Drew Misham says come at 9, believe you me, I go at 9. The first, and as it turned out, last interview for such a prolific painter. Right. Can you tell us what it was like when you arrived? First outsider to enter. His daughter brought us coffee right after we started. Would you mind being a little more specific? Oh, let me tell you, I enjoyed a cuppa. In fact, it all began when... That's not what I meant. I believe I know what Air Forehead is driving at. This coffee the victim was served. Did anyone other than the defendant touch it? Right, that. That's what I was going to say, really. Well, now, if you've got a question to ask, you best straight up ask it. That's what I tell all the new recruits several times if necessary. Right for a grade schooler, that's my motto. Which isn't to say I only... Who touched the coffee? Dunno. I was in the back looking at the studio's equipment when she served it. And what happened after that? What's this about a star falling? Star falls, huh? It's like an old telegram. Send money over. Zowie, you don't know? That's what a journalism code word. An important personage passes away, a star falls, get it? But there's no gravity in space, is there? I wouldn't think stars could fall, really. Does that matter? Oh boy, this is good stuff, good stuff. How about star breaks? Nah, lacks punch. I know, star dies. Nah, lacks some imagination. Thank you, Mr. Google. Of course, you could go with Drew dyes, straight up, to the point. I like it. I think I need to hear about something a little more substantial.
Come back.
Oh, the moment of death, Bruchelle's coffee, the stars coffee. Okay. Okay. I'll be back. I'm getting my bread. Right, acquired. Hup, boy. Moment of death, Bruchelle's coffee, the stars coffee. Okay, tell me about the death. About when Mr. Misham passed away. Oh boy, what a scene that was. He puts his coffee mug down with a crash, right? Yes, and then? Then, the cold finger of death touches his spine. Life's flame sputters and fails. So cold was that touch, he could do naught but tremble uncontrollably. Actually, life's flame is a little tired. Life's river froze over? Yes, that's a go. I think he's starting his article already. Could you describe that a little more simply? Well, as you can imagine, I was pretty surprised. He hit the floor, as I say. Artist seizure, his final performance, end quote. Atroquinine paralyzes the central nervous system. The body arches back like a bow. The limbs... That's quite enough of that. Some of us want to be able to sleep tonight. Oh yeah? Well, I want details, lots of juicy details. For that, you can listen to our latest year's hit single, Atroquinine, My Love, by the Gaviniers, available at all major music outlets. The point here is that the victim died of atroquinine poisoning. Well, Mr. Justice, how do you find this testimony? I do find it important. Well, as an account of the moment of the victim's death, I'd say it's very important. Please add it to the testimony. Very well, the court requests a witness add this account to his testimony. The spasms? That was definitely death by poison. What's it now? Tell me more. You say it was definitely death by poison, how can you be so sure? Hey, look, I'm a journalist. I've seen a lot of things. And I've had more than my share of experiences with so-called poisonings. Man eats fishy fish, goes bye-bye, end quote. Food poisoning doesn't count. Should I get him to talk about something else? The coffee, maybe? Your coffee or his coffee? You say Mr. Misham had the coffee too? But did you actually see him drink the coffee? Of course! He who sees it wins, but he who says it wins bigger. End quote. I live in a man sees dog eat dog and writes about it well. Sure. Yet. I guess I can't say I saw him drink it really. He had one so-called sip of that. Man puts lips in mug, drinks, end quote. Poison sure is virulent, I hear. My stomach did a so-called somersault. Since I'd gulped down the coffee without so much as a second glance at it. Wait, maybe something's there, some kind of so-called trick. Anyone want to venture a guess for the record? Does this guy have a pause button? Well, Mr. Justice, did you find this testimony valuable? Kind of. The victim drank his coffee and immediately fell over. Oh, yes, you can go to the press with that one. Your Honor, this is a very vital piece of information. Please add it to the testimony. Can I, like, say anything about that, though? Atroquinine. I don't have anything specifically about atroquinine, though. So maybe I should just present that. Because one thing that I thought was interesting was, that the account says that he died basically immediately after drinking his coffee, but atroquinine doesn't work immediately. It takes 15 minutes to actually act. So he had to have already had it in his system for at least 10 minutes before that. He went to the floor. He either took a sip or he didn't and then fell over. Oh yes, indubitably, just like that, wham bam. So Mr. Masham drank the coffee and fell over immediately. I think Rochelle's telling the truth too. Should I get him to talk about something else? I think he's telling the truth about what he saw, but that's not what I meant to press. But it does raise an inconsistency with what we know about atroquinine. So hopefully just presenting the manga is enough. Because I don't have anything that's like just straight atroquinine, which I was hoping I would have. You know what I have a problem with? A particular property of the poison used, atroquinine. Oh, Prosecutor Gavin was quite clear about the poison. A lethal dosage of 0.002 milligrams paralyzes the central nervous system. If you drank that, even you, Mr. Justice, would be reduced to a quivering bile. Why are you using me as an example? Unfortunately, we weren't told everything. There was a vital omission in the prosecutor's Gavin's information. An omission? Atroquinine is as virulent as he says, but does not come upon ingestion, not immediately. That's because atroquinine is slow acting. Slow acting? According to one forensic scientist, it's one of the most virulent poisons, but it's absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. If we suppose that the moment Mr. Masham sipped the coffee was when he sealed his fate, then he would have still had time left to enjoy his last cup of joe. God, he's so skinny. Order. What is the meaning of this? Is what the defense says correct? Why would that contradict the entire testimony we've heard? Well, Mr. Bruchel, anything you'd like to say on the record? Slow act. It was virulent, alright. Even then, it had already begun digging its claws into the journalist. He's working on a scoop. But, well, Blue shell. Yeah? Blue shell. Let's take a trip back down memory lane. Huh? Did the victim really die the instant he took a sip? Think it over. This is vital. You know what I think? I think that was a not so subliminal suggestion, end quote. I admit, it does cause a problem if he died when you say he died. I would be forced to say I've read it in to my simple case, and you would be forced to say farewell to your article. Come again? Can't write a story based on conjecture, can you? And as the case drags on, other reporters will pick up the scent. And you'll be forced to kiss your exclusive scoop goodbye. Scoop. Scoop. Look, just wait a second. Just 1 second. Oh, we're waiting. Out with it. I think I just recall a so-called important detail. A revival of recollection, end quote. A story survival, end quote. Attorney utterly confused, end quote. Actually, I did notice something when I visited the studio. I heard a poison that takes its sweet time, so... But not what I've been saying for the last few minutes, apparently. Mr. Bruchel, are you saying you noticed something? That explains what happened. You bet I am. The antidote for a poisonous contradiction, end quote, you might say. Or, I still have no idea what you're talking about, end quote, I might say. I figured it out, but only after an in-depth interview. See, thanks to my journalism skills, I know who poisoned that copy. Order. As far as I can tell, the witness is standing by his testimony. That Mr. Masham died the instant he drank his coffee. Of course, I'm standing by my testimony. And my dream of exclusive rights to the story. Ugh. I suppose it was too much to hope for. What? Of course, he wouldn't choose a simple case, not him. Him? Phoenix Wright, who else? Tongue Air Bruchel. Report for us, if you would. What is it that you noticed? This court is a critical trial of the juris system. I'm afraid no room for doubt is permissible. You will testify to the court what you noticed. When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Basham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. I thought nothing of it at the time, of course. And, now that I think about it, what if he was writing a suicide note? A valid possibility. A suicide note? Yes, he had this look on his face. Man's face as inscrutable as a quadratic equation, end quote. Suicide? Poor Mr. Masham. But that means Vera's innocent. Would someone commit suicide in the middle of an interview? I can see someone doing that. Oh. Very well, you may begin your cross-examination. He was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter. So he put the letter away when he saw you? Oh, the reporter gets worm, end quote. That's my secret. I'm not sure I follow. It's the night of the interview. I arrived 15 minutes ahead of schedule. The handle turns, the door opens, and I barge in. Are you sure that's okay to do? I mean, isn't that unlawful entry, really? Mr. Masham sure seemed to think so. You should have seen him. He crammed his letter into that yellow envelope as fast as he could. I know a secret when I spot one, and that was one. It seems significant. Well, Mr. Justice, I wonder. It does have the ring of something important, I agree. Yes, yes, please add it to your testimony so I can question you further. Hey, why not? My account comes free of charge. Yellow envelope, I heard it was left at the crime scene. I didn't see anything yellow. Oh, no. I didn't see nothing yellow. Interesting. You saw him seal this yellow envelope with the letter. Hey, don't look at me like that! I saw what I saw. Apollo, you think this might be a big break? Yeah. All I need to do is show some decisive evidence now. A yellow envelope. Hang on a second. Nothing says. It doesn't talk about anything being yellow. The enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp. That's all it says. This? As it just so happens, there was a sealed letter in the desk drawer at the scene. In a red envelope. Oh my god. Prosecutor Gavin. Yes. Was a yellow envelope found at the scene of the crime? Unfortunately, no, but a forehead. It's easy to mistake the color of an envelope. I guess. But not this envelope. You see, it was postmarked already 7 years ago. Well, Mr. Burchell, I can explain that. Drew, right. He wanted to get that letter in an envelope pronto. And get it out of sight, out of my beady eyes, right? So he grabbed the nearest envelope and crammed it away. And what about the whole red and yellow envelope contradiction, chump? Well, Mr. Justice, have you anything to say about the witness's claim? At night, the victim put the letter he had been writing in a red envelope. Is impossible because the envelope is sealed. That's impossible. Ah, I like your expression. So full of confidence. God, you two float across the courtroom even harder. It's simple, really. As it just so happens, the defense team investigated the contents of this envelope. With the assistance of forensic scientist. What? Note that this letter is addressed to Drew Masham. Oh. Why would he address a letter to himself? Let alone send a suicide note to himself. I've been scooped. Order? Order? Mr. Burchell, can you explain this to the court? Oh, my. How could I have forgotten? I suppose this happens to the best of us. Reporter gets old, forgets lots, end quote. I'm still waiting for an explanation, Mr. Bruchel. Well, that's the thing, see, after he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Masham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. His desk drawer? Yeah, the stamp, a so-called postage stamp. End quote. Stamp? Whatever for? Well, to mail his letter, what else? And then, well, yes, I think I saw him put it in this letterbox. Yes, it was a yellow envelope, and he put it in that box. Well, apparently this yellow letter... Oh, how I wish it did. Just think Just think if that were a suicide note. What a story. Star writes suicide note in front of reporter. False. End quote. As I was saying, that has nothing to do with this case. They said... That said... Yes, Your Honor. It makes me wonder about the content of the red envelope. Sign the papers and send it in the Incon's envelope within 3 days. $100,000 is quite a good deal of money. So, this was from 7 years ago, yeah? So, am I finished? Am I finished here? I was thinking of, going home to start writing. I hate to state what should be pretty obvious to anyone, but when you catch the scent of the story, you make that, rather unique face. Come on! Tony has active imagination, little else, end quote. Even I notice something, and my eyes aren't what they used to be. I'm starting to understand what all this perceiving stuff is about. Hello, Maximilian Galactica. How you going? Judge has active imagination, end quote. Please continue with your testimony. Tell us about the scent of the story. Yay! I'm the one asking the questions here, usually. Actually, it took a bit of work to get a thumbs up on the interview. Reporter leverages story gets his interview, end quote. The story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. That red envelope probably had something to do with it. Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare. So you threatened to go to the press with the story? That's how you got an interview. Blackmail. Well, yes. No. I wasn't exactly blank. It's not, something wrong, Mr. Bruchel? Look, this is my story, my tidbit. Journalist info is livelihood, end quote. I see. While you have me chatting away in here, what's going on out there? What if some Wally Wordsworth or Sally Scooper gets wind of my story? They could go to the press and I'm going to waste. Court feels your pain, Mr. Bruchel. Mr. Justice, let's pick up the pace. A certain case 7 years ago. Wait, 7 years ago? Actually, it took a bit of work. Porter leveraged his story, gets his interview. A certain case 7 years ago. And tell us what case. Let me state one thing, Mr. Attorney, and you can quote me on this. I can't talk about that case. Why not? It's about journalistic pride. and staunchiness and credibility and connections. A journalist reveals sources only over his dead body, end quote. So, what'll it be? Gonna strangle me dead, man? Sounds pretty determined not to talk. Our chances of breaking his will aren't looking good.
Ooh. Red envelope probably has something to do with that. Say what you will,
But Drew's talent was without compare. Testimony left a bad taste in my mouth. It all makes sense. Nothing jumps out as ridiculous. I wonder about the story he's talking about. What is it? It must have been good to get an interview with a famous recluse like that. Powerful enough to drag Drew Misham out of hiding. I wonder. Maybe he has something to do with Mr. Misham's art. Took a bit of work. The reporter leveraged his story to get the quote, concerned certain case from 7 years ago. Red envelope probably has something to do with that. Just how amazing was Mr. Misham's talent? Huh? Oh, wee boy. I mean, hey, he's a star, man, a star. The flow of his brush is like a great undulating river across the canvas. Oh, this paints light up studio like sun, end quote. This guy is full of wacky gestures. But that one just now was wackier than usual. He looks kind of nervous to me, Apollo. Definitely. I'm sensing something different from before here. Maybe it's time to bring out a you-know-what. Yes. I was thinking about that too, Apollo. The wackier than normal gesture. Interesting. You pussy. Is it literally anything to do with this? Because this is interesting to me. The fact that you do that at all is interesting to me. How far down can I say? Okay. Ah. You get sweaty. Okay, easy. You know, a very normal thing lots of people do when they get nervous. Gotcha! Ew, I'm disgusted that I had to witness that. Sweat much, Mr. Bruchel? Yeah, well, the man can't help his glands, you know. And it's more than that. When Mr. Michel's talent was mentioned, you suddenly began to sweat buckets. You're hiding something about his talent. What? It's ridiculous. Evidence time. Show where Mr. Michel's true talent lay. Just so happens that I have evidence showing the talent mentioned in that letter. This one or the other one? Yeah, I can't help but wonder, what is court supposed to conclude from this evidence? Oh. Other than that, you've made a horrible mistake. A man burns bridge, forgets to cross first, end quote. Let's try that again. All I have to do was reveal what Mr. Misham really was. Yeah, I know. His thing with the toothbrush is really gross. This painting was found in Mr. Misham's studio. There are two problems with this painting. The first is that it was painted by Miss Misham. The second is that there was another painting in the studio, which looked exactly like this one, except it was only half done. Then we have a letter discussing a payment of $100,000, which suggests a certain business operation. The business of making forgeries. Ugh. That is all, Your Honor. Everyone, please, everyone. Can we keep this private, please? This is my story, my scoop. Forgery. That's a serious crime. Drew Misham is known as an artist these days, but there were rumors he dabbled in other kinds of art until a few years back. Another art. Meaning forgery? Drew Misham was talented, alright. Talented at making precious, detailed fakes. The fact that certain criminal elements were quick to discover. Criminal elements? What? You can't be seriously talking about... Exactly. I'm talking about forging evidence. The rumors started circulating 7 years ago. 7 years ago. So, are we to understand that this letter is payment of $100,000 was for? Exactly. Forged evidence nets tidy profit, end quote. Order, order. Why, it's like our victim was living a double life. Aha, this is my chance. So the victim had ties to the criminal world, right? He could have had plenty of enemies we know nothing about. This is my first time hearing about this criminal world. He certainly found no criminal connections when we conducted our investigation. But how do you explain all this money? You have to admit there's a possibility for some illegal activity here. But there's no proof tying this letter to our case. Our case was and remains simple from the beginning. Only the defendant could have poisoned the mug that night. And you, of course. Hey, I'm the only one. The only thing I poison is my pen when I'm writing reviews. Mr. Bruchel, your testimony to this point has been quite unreliable. It doesn't speak well of your reporting acumen. What are you talking about? My journalism is rock solid. Journalism so solid you could stand an elephant on it, end quote. In any case, let's hear a summarized recap of your testimony. If you can ascertain the situation in that studio from the recap, the trial is over. Apollo? What's he talking about? A cross-examination showed Mr. Bruchel didn't have a reason or means to poison him. As long as there's no other suspects, and the killer had to be Vera, that's what. His next testimony is our last chance. Mr. Bruchel, your testimony, please. The only other person in the studio that night was the defendant. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She admitted as much herself. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug, and nothing left the studio after he died, nothing. Clearly, the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter. A nice testimony. Clear, succinct, and without room for doubt. Oh, shucks. You really think so? I believe this clarifies the situation that night. Very well, Mr. Justice, you may begin your final cross-examination. Right. I still have one trump card left to play, and I won't let this trial end until I use it. You mean where we found more poison? The person in the room that night was the defendant. coffee. She admitted that herself. The only thing that touched his lips was the poison, and nothing else was left in the studio after he died.
I just don't know which one to I don't know which one to point to.
Which one to chuck my evidence at? What do you think, Apollo? Everything you're saying seems so not flawed. Well, that's kind of what you want from testimony, really. I need to keep my eyes on what matters. How and why Mr. Misham killed? Vera poured the coffee. That's not going to change. But if that coffee didn't kill him, I need to find out what did and prove it. I see.
Was the defendant? It was Vera who poured the coffee. She admitted that herself. The only thing that touched Grace's lips during the interview was that mug. Nothing else left in the studio. Clearly, the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I'm not on the wrong track. It was just the wrong thing to do it against. Ugh. And nothing was left in the studio after he died. The only thing that touched Rose lips that night during the interview was...
You sure about that? Well, to be really, really precise, I was busy gobbling mint candies the whole time. One of those candies might... Yet, at the time of the autopsy, no fresh fragrance of mint filled the room, and no mint residue was found. Yeah, it was a long shot anyway. Don't tell me you're still trying to prove this. You think the victim ate, drank, or otherwise ingested something other than the coffee? Well, Mr. Justice, if you have some proof, possibility is there, I can feel it. This maybe not prove it, just not yet. Possibility isn't going to cut it, not now. Mr. Misham ingested poison, and I can prove it. Proof is possible. I gotta risk it. Oh, excellent! Let's see your proof then. Please show us your evidence. What evidence shows that the victim wasn't poisoned by the coffee mug? God, look at him. Must I explain this over and over? We don't need possibilities here, Forehead. We need proof. I know that. You should also know that every proof has its moment. Perhaps you're a bit early.
Fuck.
I can tell what we know at this point. The victim put nothing to his mouth with the coffee mug. Now the hole in the case that needs plugging before I can prove anything. First things first, I'd better uncover a weak spot before I try and strike again. Okay. At least, thank you for telling me what you wanted me to do. And the witness... And you witnessed her pouring the coffee? Of course I didn't witness it when she came in with that tray. The coffee was already poured under semen. Don't forget that the defendant has admitted to pouring the coffee herself. I heard her statement. I poured, I served, and I killed. That last part was just a little joke. I don't think I'm going to get anywhere with this coffee mug. I need to find another weak spot in this testimony. Not one thing, you're sure? Yep, sure as can be. Well, with one exception. One exception? What? Journalist Spark Bruchel does interview, leave studio, end quote. Come on. on. It's a joke. Get it? Not funny. I know, but still. Did something leave the studio that night? Why does that sound familiar? Where have I heard something like that before? Now that we've proven that our witness is a comedian of sorts, I'd like to turn to our defense attorney before returning to the testimony. Do you have any idea what, if anything, might have left the studio? Good question. What, if anything, could have left the studio? Measuring 2 inches bears nothing but atropine. I feel like I'm meant to know, but I don't know. I think one thing might very well have left the studio that night, actually. There's certain something that vanished from the crime scene. By which you mean something other than our witness? You can definitely suggest something, Alex, if you'd like. Of course. Don't tell me. Vera Micham. Believe me, any comic relief I may provide is entirely unintentional. Then let us see what you've got for us, Mr. Justice. Well, this thing wasn't at the scene of the crime, so I can't show you. I do have evidence that shows it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's also what I was thinking. Because it's empty, and why would you have an empty photo frame that has nothing but poison in it? I find Prosecutor Gavin more amusing than this guy, really. If that was comic relief, why do I not feel amused? We want evidence, not excitement, Mr. Justice. Here goes my career in stand-up. Well, this thing wasn't the scene of the crime, so I can't show it to you. Could have been taken the letter that we were talking about earlier. Feels like the only other thing. It's the only link between the studio and the outside world. Letterbox. What did Mr. Bruchel just tell us? When he entered the studio on the night of the murder, the victim had just finished writing a letter. Yeah, I said that. And yeah, it was true. Furthermore, you went on to tell us that he put the letter in a yellow envelope and put it in the letterbox. Ah. And that very same letterbox was empty, in other words. That night, the yellow envelope disappeared. Ah, yes, intriguing. So an envelope has disappeared from the scene of the crime. Of course, this changes nothing. Ah. He has a point, Mr. Justice. What we're trying to figure out is how the poison got into Mr. Micham. But if the poison is on the envelope, is it really important that the envelope the witness says he saw disappeared? Well, if it did disappear, then something did leave the studio that night. That seems very important to me. Very well then, the witness will add this to his testimony. You got it. I still think this fails to change anything, Air Forehead. Exactly! Maybe he licked the envelope to seal it, and that's how he ingested poison. I wouldn't be so sure. A letter disappeared from the scene of the crime. This is exactly the opening I've been looking for. A letter was put in the post from the studio, but I hardly think that matters. Nothing could be more serious than an envelope disappearing from that studio, and you were hiding that fact from us. Yes, well, actually, I don't argue the possibility that a letter disappeared from that studio. But Air Forehead, isn't there a much more serious question before us. Right. How Mr. Masham was poisoned, I know. But Mr. Bruchel's testimony has changed, which means the facts of the case have too. And what he told us means something entirely different now. I'm starting to think. Let's keep thinking, Apollo. Clearly, the only one who could have put
A letter put in the post in the studio, but I hardly think that matters. But what do I present to you to make the point that I want to make? After a quinine. What would I present to change, to adjust this then?
I don't know. Everything he's saying seems so unflawed. The letter was put in the post from the studio, but I hardly think that matters. Okay,
What do I say? What do I say? What do I say?
Well, I don't know what I'm meant to say. There's like, there isn't anything that directly connects to the point that I'm trying to make, so I don't really have an idea on what they want me to be trying to do. You're sure about that? Well, to be really precise, I was busily gobbling down mint candies the whole time. Oh, can I now prove it? Can I now use... Because they said I was too early with it. So now can I do it? I can't believe they won't let me just jump ahead in trials. Ridiculous, really. Otherwise, ingested something else. If you have some proof, ability is there. Ingested poison via rat, and I can prove it. Proof is possible. Here's nothing. Yes, Gavin, I know. You're a lame-o. You're so fucking lame. You do understand what we need, yeah? Proof, air forehead, not possibilities. Of course, and Prosecutor Gavin, I hope you understand. I'm ready to give you that proof. What did you say? I have proof of the disappearing envelope. I saw him writing a letter, I did. Which was picked up by a mailman, I presume? Of course, which means the envelope has a stamp on it. A stamp. As we all know, stamps come with dried glue on the back. In order to use the glue, you have to wet it by licking the stamp. No one worth talking to actually licks stamps in this day and age. I would. How else would you do it? I'm not dunking that thing in water. Even if you want to talk to him, you couldn't. He's dead after all. Okay, so we licked the stamp, but wait. What does that example... how does that explain the actual quinine on the rim of the coffee mug? If he licked the back of the poison stamp, the poison would go on his tongue, yes. What would happen? What would then happen if he put the coffee mug to his mouth? Those traces on the mug weren't the killer's doing, it was the other way around. What? The coffee mug didn't poison Mr. Masham. Mr. Masham poisoned the coffee mug himself. Order, order. But that doesn't... does it? Recall, if you would, actual quinine is a slow-acting poison, yes? The poison entered his body when he put the stamp on the envelope. But his time wasn't up until the very moment he touched his lips to the cup of joe. I'm so glad that I clocked that so early on in this case. You have something to add, Mr. Bouchel. Oh, his nose is picking up another scent. I believe I mentioned earlier. That's the thing, see? He put his letter in that envelope. Mr. Masham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. Yes, a stamp, a so-called postage stamp, end quote. But you know, I don't seem to ever remember him finding one. Maybe he'd just run out? Incidentally, we searched the desk drawer at the scene of the crime. There were no stamps, not a single one. That does pose a problem. How will you prove that the stamp was coated in poison? Actually, I'm glad no other stamps were found. It makes proof that the stamp he used was poison possible. Good show, good show. You can't even prove that there was his stamp in the scene in the first place. Well, let's hear what the defense has to say anyway. What's your evidence that proves the existence of a poison stamp? And it's so small because it's a picture frame for a stamp! That makes sense. Now, that certainly is a cute little frame, and by little, I mean really little. It was on the victim's desk, Your Honor. Quite empty, as you can see for yourself. I noticed that during my inspection too, so what? Apparently, you weren't as observant as you should have been. You see, when you saw the frame, it was missing something quite important. Missing something. Yes, a pale bluish stain on the inside of the frame. Quinine residue. What? Why wasn't I told about this? I love that, like, all prosecutors say that at some point. It's hilarious. The frame is only 2 inches square. The face of the frame is even smaller. Maybe an inch wide at most. Are you saying... Oh, but I am. Tell me, what fits in such a small frame? A commemorative stamp, perhaps? Order, order. The poison stamp was in this frame. Impossible. Prosecutor Gavin? Why would he put something like that on his desk? Because he likes stamps! Yeah, I know.
I know. Passionate about justice, except for
Manfred, of course, but, you know, we don't... He's gone, we don't need to talk about him. Why would he put something like that on his desk? Don't tell me he had it there so he could commit suicide if the mood struck. You know, can I say something? I had a thought, see? What, Mr. Bouchel? And please stop gesturing around like that. The victim was a forger, right? There's a lot of money in that line of work. A forger forges friends, makes enemies too, end quote. So the poison stamp might have been a murder weapon aimed at him? Oh, Rich, that's rich. Leave the ridiculous flights of fancy to the Gavinia's song lyrics, please. Finally, something we agree on. The stamp was a murder weapon, nonsense. Murder is a simple business. Who would go to such lengths? No one. A lot of people, Gavin. A lot of people would go to those lengths. I don't think you quite understand murderers. No, I disagree. Come again? Recall, if you would, the victim's reclusive lifestyle. Drew Misham hid from the world. He avoided meetings. His only contact with the outside world was the mail. The mail. Now, if you wanted to kill someone who you couldn't meet, but you knew read letters, a stamp would be the perfect murder weapon. Ridiculous. Where's your proof? I want proof. Show me evidence that the poison stamp was sent to him as a murder weapon. I might not have evidence per se, but things are finally starting to come together. What is it, Apollo? Your fists are trembling. I think I know what happened. I don't believe it, but I can see it. I think I know how Mr. Misham was killed. Well, fill us in, Mr. Justice. A certain piece of evidence points to the truth, Your Honor. I can show you how someone with the intent to kill sent Mr. Misham the stamp of death.
Was it this? Because it contained a stamp with it, right? That makes sense to me, but then why didn't he use the stamp for so long? I'm so intrigued.
Isn't this envelope the one from 7 years ago? Think about the text on the letter again. Send a receipt. Confirmed the transfer. There were 2 pages in the envelope. This is page 1. Yeah, enclosed envelope and enclosed stamp within 3 days. And this is page 2. I want to draw your attention to one phrase in particular. Send in the enclosed envelope and the enclosed stamp within 3 days. Enclosed stamp, Your Honor. In other words, if I have this straight, the stamp, poison on the stamp, lick, lick, gasp, end quote. Now, if he had done exactly as the letter asked, he would sign the document, put it in the envelope, put the stamp on it, right? And then he would put it in the letterbox. 15 minutes wouldn't have elapsed between affixing the stamp and mailing the letter, but the clock started ticking, and when the time came, he drew his last breath. And the murder weapon would be taken away from the scene. Quite conveniently, thanks to the postal system. Really is a genius way to try and kill someone, honestly. Such a splendid imagination you have, Air Forehead. I'm good. Let me confirm one thing with you, if I might. So this poison stamp was inside this envelope from 7 years ago, yeah? Is that what you'd have us believe, really? Well, it is a bit of a stretch, but there's a possibility. Yes, a very small possibility. How small, I wonder? Poison stamp in this envelope. A stamp that then became a murder weapon. How do you intend to prove this seeming coincidence? Well, it was some years ago. I don't even know who sent that letter. And your answer is silence, I say. Very well, I move to... It's not nice to pick on the Fraulein, Calavia. I'm so intrigued. Emma. Well, like my Christoph Gavin impression? Did I sound like him? Don't quit your day job. Don't you have a crime scene to be looking after, Fraulein Detective? Someone had to come dig you all out of the mess you're making of this case. Mess? You know, none of this would happen if you just trusted science a little more. You can find out if the stamp was in that envelope easy. Gotta explain yourself, Fraulein Detective. Glare at me like all you want, but science is on my side. It's all of the residue, right? That's right, the poison detection spray. Produce the red envelope at once. You can open it on the authority of the court.
Help. Spray, 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 spray. Yay!
Well, would you look at that? No mistaking it. That's atroquinine poisoning. Well, atroquinine residue. I don't believe it. The murder weapon from the past. Now 7 years later, it bears its fangs at last. Absolutely outrageous. Tell me why? Why didn't the murder take place 7 years ago? Well, there's one possibility. Maybe Mr. Masham figured it out. Figured out what? He realized that the person who sent that letter wanted him dead. So he sent his reply with a different stamp. And put his decisive evidence in a frame? You're still here. Can I make a statement here on the record? I, Spark, Razor-Tooth Bruchelle, claim this scoop is mine. Drew Masham killed in cold blood by sender of 7-year-old letter, end quote. No, maybe something more succinct. Star falls after 7-year delay, end quote. Order, order. I see no room for further argument here, though I admit this is all coming as quite a shock to think that the murder weapon reached his mouth after 7 years. Stamp his ticket straight to afterlife, end quote. Uh-oh. I think the witness is having a bad influence on our judge. I see no reason for further debate on this matter. The sender of that letter 7 years ago could hardly have been our defendant. Apollo? I think we just won? Very well. The court finds the defendant. Is this the bright future for our legal system? Prosecutor Gavin? A ticket to the afterlife from 7 years ago. Tickets for Gavin's shows are invalid after 2 weeks. But it doesn't make sense any other way. It boggles my mind that so many people haven't noticed this. There's a fatal contradiction in Air Forehead's claim. A contradiction? A poison stamp was placed on the envelope 7 years ago, whereupon it was framed until now. If that's the case, then why would Drew Masham have done what he did? Emma explained that. He must have realised it was poisoned. Therein lie the rub. 7 years ago, the forger, Drew Masham, sensed a trap and put the stamp in the frame. I do not debate this. But this begs the question. Why, 7 years later, did he use the stamp on the night of the murder? Surely you don't mean to suggest that Mr. Masham simply forgot. He put the murder weapon in a frame on his desk for 7 years and forgot. You expect us to believe he sprang the trap on himself? Interesting. Well, I admit, this is all quite shocking myself. It does seem highly unlikely that he would fall afoul of a trap that had been sitting on his desk for 7 years. Apollo? I don't think we're winning anymore. I'm glad to see we're all back to the real world now. Welcome back to reality. We've been waiting for you. Okay, then how do you explain the poison stamp that was in this envelope? The poison stamp? Where exactly is this poison stamp again? Have you brought it to the court for us? I see no proof that such a thing ever existed. What about the atroquinine residue there, huh? Oh, I agree, that does seem to be atroquinine residue. But, Air Forehead, it's certainly no stamp. Yeah, but even if your precious poison stamp did exist, Drew Masham never would have used it. That is all. Ugh. Interesting. I believe we come to a conclusion again. Apollo? Were we wrong the whole time? I can't believe it. The poison traces match. It can't be a coincidence. I'd like to bring some closure to this issue sometime this year. Mr. Justice. Yes, Your Honor. Let's review the facts and see where we stand. 7 years ago, Drew Masham received a red envelope. There were traces of the poison atroquinine on the document inside the envelope. A similar trace was also found in the crime scene on a tiny picture frame. The defense has indicated the possibility of a yellow envelope, an envelope that left the scene of the crime with the poison stamp on it. Yes, but even if this envelope contained a poison stamp, and Drew Masham, knowing this, put it in a frame, he never would have used that stamp. I'm afraid you're right. Which means there is a fatal flaw in the defense's case. I haven't been on the wrong track this whole time, I'm sure of it. The traces of atroquinine, the envelope, the frame, and Drew Masham, mysterious as death. They're all connected somehow. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have a conclusion for us? The defense stands by its case, Your Honor. We've seen that the logical outcome of the evidence makes no sense, which means that one of our clues must be a fake. Ah, a fake clue. Fascinating. And if we find this fake, your wild fantasies will prove quite reasonable, yeah? The fake clue that's thrown us off the poison's trail. Good question. Which clue is a fake? Um, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so the red envelope, definitely real. The frame, like, where the fuck are you getting out of quinine? Drew Masham himself not being the person who did that. The victim is a fake clue? I'm afraid I don't understand. I'll explain. We have an envelope, a frame, and a mug linked by poison. That all makes sense. What doesn't make sense is the victim himself. Congratulations, you've completely lost me. So the fake evidence is not other than the master of fake himself, the forger. It makes a good story, I'll give you that. The fake clue, fakes, forgeries. Ah! I know that face. See, I just got an idea face. I don't know if I'm right, but I'm going with it anyway. What if our forger is the fake? Come again. 7 years ago, our forger sniffed a trap and stepped aside. 7 years passed. Now the forger stumbles into the same trap and dies. Why? That's what I want to know. Because the forger who was killed was a fake. Here we go again. The victim was a fake. One forger smelled the trap. One forger fell into the trap. That's 2 forgers, and one of them was a fake. Order! Order! So, are you telling us that Drew Masham, the victim, was a fake? Well, if he was a fake, who was a real forger? You better not be claiming there was some kind of switcheroo. I'm afraid you're going to have to break up your story. Mr. Justice, show us who the real Drew Masham was. If Drew Masham wasn't the real forger, there's only one other person who could have been. Understood, Your Honor. Forger Drew Masham was himself a forgery. The real forger was the defendant herself. She was the one who was doing the forgeries, whereas he was just a painter. Does that make sense? There can only other be one explanation, really. The real identity of the forger, known as Drew Masham, was none other than his only daughter, Vera Masham. Order, order. Mr. Right. No, not Mr. Right, Mr. Justice. This is going out on a limb even for you. I kind of agree. I mean, Vera, a forger. Let's consider it before you write it off entirely. If you look at the paintings in the studio, one fact becomes quite clear. Forgery has been taking place in the studio for quite some time. The forger wasn't caught in that trap 7 years ago. This can only mean that the one who was caught in the trap wasn't the forger. Well, actually, that does make a certain kind of sense. One more thing. Only 2 sets of fingerprints were found in the forger's studio, Drew Masham's and Vera Masham's. If we know that Drew Masham wasn't the forger, that leaves only one possibility, my process of elimination. The forger was Vera Masham. Well, Fascinating. Sup, Vera? Vera Masham. You've been paying attention to the court trial so far? Let's just ask her and be done with it, shall we? Who are you? Who is the forger, Drew Masham? Was that an expression of emotion I saw on her face? She's staring holes into Prosecutor Gavin's face. I'm used to being stared at by Fraulines, believe me. Though they usually talk to me too. Tell us, were you the one who forged those works of art? Yes. So the forger Drew Masham was you? Yes, it was me. What? What? I love her design, it's so cute. The court was in an uproar and it wasn't coming down. We had to break for a 10-minute recess. Okay. How long is this trial letter? Because I have
Shopping to do.
Okay, not long. We can do the trial letter then. Cool. Yes. Okay. Yes, I'd like to continue. Okay. So, where exactly does this leave us, Apollo? Well, the Drew Masham who was killed wasn't Drew Masham the forger, basically. Huh? Well then, who was he? Well, he was actually... It's more like a detective game than a court case? Yeah, basically. It's a murder mystery game. Doing your nails. So, you really made those forgeries? Yes. For father. I know, it was wrong. Could you tell us how it happened? My father was a painter. I loved painting ever since I was a child. One day, my father saw it in me. He saw that I had the talent? A talent for making forgeries. How should I say it? It was not only paintings I made. Given the materials, I could make anything. Anything? Father was so proud, and I was so happy. But in the end, I was making those forgeries. I've never had a good constitution nor personality. I know very little of the world outside my door. Now, because of me, Father is... Do you know about this red envelope? I remember that envelope. It was some time ago. So, you were already creating your works back then? I started when I was only 12 years old. So, the one who figured out the stamp was poison, that was... Mr. Justice, it's time. To the courtroom, please. Right. Out of time. Wait, Vera, one more thing, please. Those 3 paintings in the studio. I painted those as part of my work. Right. See, we checked them out and saw what was underneath. We saw the rough sketches underneath the 3 finished paintings. I see. Mr. Justice. Yeah, yes? Father, he knew of you. Of both of you. Your late father. He was watching, gathering information. All about the Wright & Co. law officers. But lately, we're not doing just law. Yes, you do tricks, gags to amuse, and play piano. Well, they're not really gags. Yet, when Father heard that you had resumed the legal business, how pleased he was. Who was Mr. Masham? How am I supposed to know? Or what if he was Daddy's daddy? No, I don't think so. Judging from the relative ages involved, I'd say it's highly unlikely. It's already confusing enough with all these daddies running around. We know that the victim's daughter, Vera, was the forger. What does that mean for the case? I guess we're about to find out. Court is now back in session. Vera seems pretty tense, practically chewing her fingernails off. Perhaps you could begin by telling us all about your work. How did you set up this Drew Masham forger persona? There's that stare again. He's drilling more holes into his head. I know it's hard for you, but hey, he's a handsome guy. What's hard? Very well, miss, if you would. Did you really make those detestable forgeries? Perhaps you'd rather my question. Were you the one who painted that painting? The remarkably similar one? Yes. I painted it, yes. Father praised me quite highly for it. So, you were the one who made the forgeries? Yet, she did not wish to reveal the truth of their operation. So the victim was a stand-in, a decoy. To the world at large, he was the forger, not her. I've done a bad thing. I have, haven't I? Regardless, we need a little more information. About, for instance, this. You have seen this before, yeah? Yes. It was in the desk drawer. Very well, you may proceed with your testimony. Tell us everything you know about this envelope. I created things, and Father sold them. This envelope came after my first work. That was after other than a painting. Father handled the deal, all of it. I received the stamp that was in that envelope. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio. There certainly was much of great interest in your testimony. Not that the witness realizes it. Very well, please begin with your cross-examination. Right, okay. I need more information about this forger, this Drew Masham. So, these things you were making, you mean paintings identical to other paintings, right? The closer they were, the happier Father was. I was happy too. Still, you're quite young now. When did you begin this work? My first painting sold when I was 12. Your Honor, she had no idea what she was doing was illegal. Easy there, little attorney. You're not here to defend her for the crime of forgery. True. Please, tell us more about this envelope. This envelope that may very well have killed your father. All right. By other than a painting, you mean you've done paintings up to that point? Yes, but father had a realization. He noticed my talent extended to making things other than paintings. For instance, a letter someone had written, or a fingerprint left upon a cup, or a signature on a document to seal upon a letter. None of those make her sound very innocent at all. And the $100,000 promised in the letter was the start. The beginning of a new industry for Drew Michelle. A new industry? The creation of items to use in criminal proceedings. Forging evidence, in other words. Uh-oh. Father handled the deal, all of it. So, you didn't know how the things you were making were being used? I enjoyed painting very much. I think I understand. The Fraulein has lived in an unusual little world. Can you tell us what happened to the papers that were in this envelope? Father signed them and sent them back, I believe. Did he follow the instructions? Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp? This is a rather important matter. Give your answer some thought. I received the stamp that was on the envelope. What do you mean you received it? Did I do something wrong? You didn't use that stamp because it was dangerous, correct? Deadly poison on the back. Actroquinine? A moment therefore heard. You can't force an answer upon the witness. Now then, perhaps you would tell me, Fraulein Vera. Why did you receive the stamp? Is something wrong? It was beautiful? Ah, you mean it was one of those commemorative stamps? Yes, I think it was. So, you didn't know about the poison? I guess not. So, the trap failed by chance, by mistake. Thanks to this commemorative stamp. Quite the close call. It was after the job that we moved to the current studio. You mean you moved to where the current Drew studio is? Yes. We saw very few people there. I began drawing picture books. This singular job had tied them to the criminal underworld. I think Mr. Masham wished to reduce their visibility to the world at large. And we had to meet someone for some reason. Father posed as the creator of the work. So that the real essence of the artist... So that was the real essence of the artist Drew Masham. You did the work and he supplied the face. So, you really didn't know anything, did you? You had no idea how much danger you were in? Apparently not. About this commemorative stamp, could you tell us more about it? It was very pretty, and more than that. Yes. It was a picture of people I liked at the time. Is this something new? Apparently, we've got some cross-examination yet ahead of us. If you would be so kind as to continue your testimony, Fraulein. My favorite magicians! It's going to use a stamp of magicians! Hi, money! Hi, money! Hi, money! Magicians? I love mysterious things, I always have. Even though she fainted when she saw Mr. Hat. You're confusing mysterious with freaky. A father took me when I was young. It was a great magic show. I loved it so much. See? Isn't magic great? Fine, great, yeah, sure. No need to get all excited. But the magic troupe we saw disbanded soon after. I was quite sad. Did she just say what I think she said? If Gant was real, I would not find him attractive at all. That's my secret weapon. Magic troupe. Where have I heard that before? The red envelope came after she completed her first job. That makes it a letter from her client, whoever wanted a forgery made. I'm not lying. Okay, so I'm not lying. Here's the thing. Fictional men, hot as fuck, right? In real life, a man who is just as manly. No, thank you. I don't want to see that. I'm the kind of guy who thinks men are pretty but only in drawings. In real life, 100% a lesbian, thank you. I'd be annoyed if anyone does the air guitar before he talks every other sentence in real life. Yeah. Yeah, that should get annoying fast. Look, what I like about Gant is I like the idea of Gant. I like to imagine him in certain situations, and I like to imagine that I'd find him attractive. But if I met a real life man who actually looked like that, there was a huge possibility that I would not find him hot at all. A female Gant. Now you're just giving me a woman in a suit, and I'm all over that shit. Apollo? We're close. We just have to piece together the parts. A deadly weapon in a red envelope. The path it took to take Mr. Drew Misham's life. I created the things that father sold. Here's the stamp in the envelope. It was after the job, we moved to the private studio. Yes! Franziska von Kammer, she's pretty. And if she was real, I would go like, hi, I think your style's really pretty. And then I'd be like, Lamau, okay, I'm gonna go now, bye. And then I'd never talk to her again and daydream about it a lot. In my experience, you go up to a pretty lady, you call her, you be like, hi, I think you're really, really pretty. And then they go like, oh my god, thank you so much, you're so cute. And I go, ah, I've got nothing else to say to you now, bye. And that, my friends, is how I fumble the bag every time and not end up getting a girlfriend. That's why I'm single. That's why I'm single and I've kissed one person in my entire life. tragic, I know. Would I let her whip me? Yes. Yeah, okay, look. I would let her do it one time, but like, if it makes me burst into tears immediately, then maybe not again. You haven't kissed anyone? Look, unless you're asexual, I'm sorry, man. But if you're asexual, good on you, mate. Keeping up. Anyway, these were your favorite magicians, right? Right. Would I present this or this? Those magicians you like. Was it this bunch? Apollo? They're not a bunch. I see. Still, I have to wonder, why include a commemorative stamp like that in a business letter? Good question. Well, pretty stamps are always better, and you can't beat Troupe Grammarie. But the whole murder plan was a failure because of it. Ironic, don't you think, Prosecutor Gavin? Oh, do you know something about it? Prosecutor Gavin? Grammarie? What's with Gavin? May I ask one question of the witness? In your testimony just now, you stated this was your first work, other than a painting? Please tell me, what exactly did you make? Can I ask what? No. Answer the question. Now. Oh, Gavin. Prosecutor Gavin? You're usually not the one whose volume concerns me. Yes, it is unbecoming of me. I apologize. But I must know. Please, Miss Sham. Tell me. It was a book. A singular page in a book. A book. Please be more specific. It was a handwritten book, like a diary. No, I don't know. Oh. I'm so excited! Oh, what's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks like he saw a ghost. Miss Sham, this book? Was there a picture of a silk hat on the back cover, yes or no? How did you know? Prosecutor Gavin, the defendant is answering all of your questions. Stop badgering her. He's told you nothing, has he? Your soiled, sullied mentor, nothing? Sullied who? Phoenix Wright. Who else? Daddy? He never told you about the trial 7 years ago. About how he came to lose his attorney's badge. It was a certain piece of evidence that decided his fate, you know. A certain diary. On the back, it bore the mark of the silk hat. What? Phoenix Wright tossed out the profession by false evidence. And the forger who made that evidence is this girl standing right in front of me. Vera, you must tell us. The evidence you made was used in a trial 7 years ago. Who asked Drew Masham to forge that evidence? For all of our sakes, who was it? We only met once. You met the client. Well, who was it? It was... What's going on with Vera? She's staring at Prosecutor's Gavin's face and I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! I fucking knew it! I knew it! Yes. What? Is there something about me? I remember clearly. I remember who gave me the book, the diary. Who was it? Vera? The devil. Defendant Vera Masham, condition unconscious. Examiner's diagnosis, acute atroquinine poisoning. Oh, you poor thing. This ends a recording of the trial of the murder of Drew Masham. Vera Masham was, during the trial, poisoned by an unknown assailant. The dosage was just under the lethal amount, sparing the defendant's life. Thank fucking God. She's currently in intensive care and is not to be disturbed for any reason. A very simple case at first glance, until it finally began to show its true colours. The long road to the truth takes us to the record of another trial. Hi! You look so weird in that outline. In some ways, that was the starting point of it all. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, he looks so much worse. And that is where we must go. Oh, this is my baby. To find the whole truth. Oh, how exciting. Oh, how exciting. I can't wait to see how the dude fucked over Phoenix's life forever. What did I figure out? That the reason she was staring at Gavin is because she recognizes him, or rather, she recognizes his brother. I'm gonna punch that dude in the fucking face. I'm so excited. I'm so horribly excited. You have no fucking clue how excited I am. Oh, but it's so... Oh, fuck, I have to... Ew, what do you mean I have to deal with him again? I never wanted to see his face ever again. Sorry, I'm just looking at the walkthrough to see if I actually have time to do anything else. It could very well go on for a little while. There isn't much. Had a conversation with my friend about his politics, and I kind of lost what to do. Look, dude, don't worry about it. I don't mind if you like just hang out, if like you're just lurking, or if you like playing me in the background completely muted. I honestly, do whatever the fuck you need. You don't ever need to explain yourself to me. Because I don't have a lot of time left, and I kind of feel like it would be more satisfying if this was all done all at once, right? Oh, but this is a lot to get through. We're not even halfway done, are we? Oh no, yes we are. Hang on. Expandaband. Trial 7 years ago. Former, and then the latter. The former isn't that long, and that's the latter, and then the investigation, and then trial 3 isn't that long. Okay, so I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna finish this off on Friday. Just so it's all like nicely contained together and I'm not stopping in the middle of the story right now. And you know, it makes sense that this is shorter because Jesus fucking Christ, I went for 10 hours last week. And my throat is starting to hurt. I have things I need to be doing today, such as you know, going shopping, doing shopping. So, but I'm very excited. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. What's his name? What's his name? Christopher or something? He's a fucking weirdo. He's a fucking weirdo. He really is. I too hope the shopping goes well. So my local shopping centre has been like doing a lot of remodeling. Yes, see, I start. Yes, it got lost in the Justice Souls. I start my streams 9 o'clock in the morning, and I go shopping around 3 o'clock. It's almost 2, so I need to like be getting ready and stuff, so I'm not late, even though I'm always like 20 minutes early. Yes, every stream we are close to the Chronicles. Okay, so given how everything is going, we should finish the game Friday, start Justice Apollo 2, and finish that by the end of the month. So I think Chronicles we will be starting in late November, depending on how late November, early December, depending on how things go with all of that. Yes, 2 weeks. However, in 2 weeks is my my wonderful little birthday stream. My wonderful little birthday stream that everyone loves. Because it's really cool and stuff. And I love it. And you should hang out with it. My birthday stream is just gonna be me chatting your ear off. I'm very excited. I do like little practice runs in my head while I stare at the PowerPoint. I can't wait to talk to you all about it. And that will be the only break that we take from Ace Attorney until hi Jesse, I'm so sorry, but I'm gonna go now. Ugh, my throat is hurting so much. Apollo's voice hurts my throat so much, dude. I can't believe he would do that to me, and I have to do it for 3 more games. But yes, so the VODs have been going up steadily. I've got a new cover coming out on the main channel on the Friday, and that will be using Gekiyaku and Yokane Ruko. It'll be a very popular song, so I'm sure you definitely know it if you listen to any Vocaloid at all. I actually wasn't sure if I was going to cover it or not, and then I was like, you know what, let's just give it a go and see who I like. And I was like, oh yeah, you know what, this song actually is good. I just don't like the way you sound on this song, Miku. Fucking Hatsune Miku, who cares about her, Lamau? Everyone cares about her. Can Apollo get a new voice? No. It's been gone too long. Look. I've already established Apollo's voice. If I change it now, we're all fucked. Gavin has gone through about 5 different voices, sometimes all within the same sentence. He's in the weird nebula, so I don't know how to voice him. So he's fine, but no, Trucy and Apollo, their voices aren't allowed to change. So I have to just deal with it. It'll be fine. I'll be just fine. And look, I streamed for 10 hours. I've streamed this game for 10 hours and it didn't do fucking anything to me, so maybe I'm just strong as fuck. But anyway, plans for me, aside from my shopping and my things, I might be recording a new voice bank, just because I want to see what it would be like to have a multi-pitch, because all of my current voice banks are mono-pitch, and while mono-pitch voice banks can be good, I do want to see what it would be like to have a bit more dynamic vocals. So I'm gonna have a look into that, and that'll be like the 1.1 version. It'll be a nice re-recording, because I've been wanting to re-record the original anyway, because it has a slightly different rec list to all of my other voice banks, which none of you knows what any of that means. So the rec list is the list of sounds that I record, and you can see the difference if you like download the voice bank and play around with it. But that's all OpenUTAU stuff. I'm getting commissions done, and everything's going well and smooth, and I'm so excited about everything. But, well, I suppose I'm done now. I'm done. I've got nothing else to say to you guys. We should just find someone to babysit you. Really. Who do you guys want to hang out with? There aren't a lot of people streaming, it seems. You're playing Apollo Justice. You're playing Apollo Justice game that I don't know. I don't think anyone wants to hear about how much I crush on Gant. Except apparently you do, I suppose. Do you want to hang out with Bird Mom? Or do you want to hang out with my friend Una? Who do you want to hang out with? Tell me. Tell me, do you want Bird Mom or Una? Because Una's been streaming for 2 hours already, so she might end soon. And Bird Mom is Bird Mom. Tell me so I don't have to make a decision, please. Tell me so I don't have to make a decision. Come on. Come on. This isn't telling me to make it so I don't have to make a decision. Can't believe you guys would do this to me. Can't believe you'd do this to me. Fine. I can't raid again, okay? You can hang out with Una. And Zedia says this gives you an opportunity to watch the VOD in which I sound way too into Gant. Okay, sure. Okay, so yes, I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 9 o'clock in the morning, Australian Central Standard Time. You can check my schedule for what that would be in your personal time. I upload VODs to my channel on Wednesday and on the weekend, and every Friday on my main is when we release a cover. Yes, in which I sound absolutely horny for Gant. That was the VOD from the Party Games VOD. So if you want to watch that, you can. That's me being an absolute idiot, making jokes that I do not make on this stream. And I apologize in advance. Anyway, I need to get dressed. I need to pack the shopping bags. So I hope all of you have an amazing time. Bye bye everyone.